as female and you're in the same space, that means quite a lot. So the Innovation Village, in simple terms, those of us that understand the concept of a hub, it's an innovation hub that seeks to build the startups ecosystem. That is to say, as long as you want to think that you are a startup, then every other dot that you want to connect, Innovation Village should be able to build that ecosystem for you. We are not only here, there's also Kampala, there's Jinja, and also Gulu. But particularly for this region, we are in this building, and this one here is the regional hub. We have a program that we are implementing called Next Wave, which is our flagship program. And in this program, we are looking at increasing youth employability through a number of initiatives. These start from simple activities, networking activities that bring us together. And from those, we kind of identify whose interest is actually so urgent. And such young people are then linked into boot camps. These are skilling boot camps. So the order is, for instance, move to Chitagwenda, Maholo, the lake. Mobilize those young people using the local leadership. Take them through what we call the business foundation skills, or the mindset kind of setting. You see, in the building here, at least you're lucky to be at a certain level in comprehending innovation and entrepreneurship and tech concepts. But our colleagues, our age mates in these villages definitely have never had anything to do with business model, canvas, this is ideation, and then the likes. So largely the work is not here. The work is in those communities, in those villages. So once we mobilize and we are taking you through the business model, the business foundation skills, at the end of the day, we also select a good percentage, around 60% of those who we understand what skill they want to learn, and they can be able to transform it into some income generation. We then roll out skilling boot camps to those people. I'm talking about baking, I'm talking about agribusiness, leather, and the likes. Now, young people who are close to us or have interest in tech, those ones get introduced to digitization boot camps, wood tech. We go for multimedia boot camps and the likes. We achieve that through partnerships with collaborations with local players in these areas. And after that, the players, those who are doing it right, we select from them who continue in what we call growth services. Now, growth services can stem from any other activity to legal support and the likes.
All right, well, at this point, help me join hands as we welcome Keisha from Creative Media.
The floor is yours, Keisha. Keisha is an innovator. Keisha is
so many things.
So many things. She leads Creative Campus, the people that are actually live streaming this event. She does very many things, and she'll be talking to us today. You're welcome.
Thank you, Sumaya, and your co-host. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I just feel so bad because I see the program that is supposed to be for women is still male-dominated. But it's okay. To the males that are here, kindly reach out to those girls, Send them messages and everything, Let them come and occupy this. This is our moment to shine, So how many of us know my name or know me for some reason? How many of us have ever seen my face somewhere? Okay, now I'm seeing something, that even when we post on Women Takers, people don't watch our posts. They do not retweet because at least my face was on one of the flyers. But it's fine. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Gaites Aisha. You heard people call me Keisha. It is a combination of both of my names, and it is also my name. I am an innovator, as you heard people call me. I am many things that I may say here, then others you can make research. Specifically here, I'm standing as a woman in tech who did business administration. But I'm here on behalf of Creative Campus. Creative Campus is a youth-led social enterprise that is located in Mbarara, that sits here in this building, and I'm the operations lead. I'd like to thank this community for giving us an opportunity as a team to partner with you guys. It is not for granted, and we are grateful. At Creative Campus, as I told you, we focus in different three basic areas. One of it is tech, which is the reason we are here. Secondly, is digital media. To the people that do not know, we are live on Creative Digital Media, and I request each one of us here to use the internet that is available and share that link widely. People should know that this happened in Mbarara, and probably you're present. So share that link. We are live, and at least you go back and rewatch. Then also, we have the engineering part, which is basically the mixture of electronics and woodwork. I know you'll get some time to move around. You'll find our office and see more of that. So at Creative, for the tech side, I would say that we have done a lot of things that with the limited time that I have, I can't explain, but I will give you basics of what we've done. So far, we have so many products, but the most common one is Rolex Booth. How many of us know Rolex Booth? It is a product from Creative Campus. Then we've also had getpass.com, which is a system that helps to generate those tickets. If you have an event or you have something that really needs tickets to be printed out and you don't want people to manipulate your work, so reach out to us and we do that for you. Also, Creative Campus partners with Innovation Village. You had the community manager talk that the people they trust to do work on their behalf, which we are proudly one of them. We do trainings, multimedia trainings. Some of you have met our guys, and for last year we trained over 2,000 youth in multimedia. We also offer internship opportunities. I am sure there was one of our candidates, I see her here, which we've had students of maths that are above 35 around here for the period of almost 4 weeks, and it was a success. That even after their internship program, there was a challenge where they had to sit and hack as tech people, and those that won got something. Those ideas, as I told you, it is a whole system that we are championing, basically people that are creative and they are into innovation. So the other thing I can talk about Creative is, in the upcoming programs that we are yet to have, you had the community manager tell us that we are to resume work this month. We plan to start a training still in tech, whereby we are going to incorporate the AI tool with training of creatives that are basically into music and art. So if you're willing and you're ready to be that star, please come up and join us. We champion creativity, and I feel everyone that is here, you are a creative. So join Creative Campus, and you will not regret. If there is any question that is directly to creative, kindly raise it now. But otherwise, that is how brief I can speak about creative. But if I had the time, we can speak creative for a week. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. And I think you're just going to, let's give her a wonderful hand clap for that. She mentioned lots and lots of stuff. I hope you took it upon yourself. And yeah, get time and visit Creative Media. Some of us want to learn very many things. Just, do we have to pay? We don't have to pay. Free stuff. Even dancing. All right, let me welcome my co-host to come and give you a package. And this is our way of saying thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Keisha. Thank you so much, the creative team, for giving us this wonderful live stream, and for all the support you've always rendered to our community. We really appreciate.
All right. Well, at this point, I'm going to introduce someone who is very big, who is coming to give us a keynote speech. Most of you know her. She has been in your faces so very many times, and this is none other than our ambassador for the Women Tech Makers, Mbarara. She's one of the organizers for this event. A very big woman. She's a content creator. She's so many things. You guys can think of anything, and yes, she has done something at least. Sumaya, my co-host, you're very welcome. Our manager, yes. She's voice of the money. If you're ever broke, tap Sumaya.
Oh, that's a lie. I'm broke. Thank you so much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone, once again. I'm Sumaya Nalukwago, the Women Tech Makers Ambassador for Mbarara, and one of the organizers of today's event. And what will I be talking about? Yeah, I'm going to be delivering a keynote speech. I don't have slides, I don't have anything. But yeah, I'm going to be delivering a keynote speech about how we can actually impact the future. This year's theme under Google Women Tech Makers is Impact the Future. So what comes to your mind when they tell you that, okay, when you hear the sentence, impact the future? Anyone? So you all don't understand the sentence? What comes to your mind?
Like, what comes into my mind is that what can you do in that, like, what present thing can you do so which will earn you something in the future? Yeah, that's what I understand.
That's nice. Anyone else? Poppy, what comes to your mind when you hear that sentence, impact the future?
Impact the future might be so broad, but to me, what comes into my mind is what can I do to make the life after today better? Thank you.
Yeah, that's nice. Impact the future might mean very many different things according to each one of us. But under Women Tech Makers, impact the future means a couple of things. A couple of things we can actually do so that we create a better future for the people that will actually come after us. So how can we impact the future right now? We can actually impact the future through the small little steps. By you coming here to attend this event, by you sharing, let's say, presentation slides from today's event and sharing them with whoever you think might need them, by you motivating someone to actually show up for today's event, or by you assisting someone to do their coursework, you're actually impacting the future. So why should we be bothered about impacting the future? The world we currently live in is the way it is because of the people who were there before us. The people who were there before us definitely prepared it for us. So we have to do something so that the people who are coming after us can find it better. So it's upon us to actually create a better environment for our offspring. So impacting the future is not like all about doing something for them, but it's also about. So impacting the future can as well be about celebrating the little things. If you're a woman in tech, what have you done? If you just like made a presentation slide, if you learned how to like create a folder on the desktop, if you learned how to boot a computer, that's something small that you can actually celebrate and let the world know about. So it's those small things that we can actually do and celebrate ourselves, celebrate whatever we are working on, and it's through that we can actually inspire more ladies to shine in tech. For the gentlemen, you can guide these ladies, lead them on, tell them what they're supposed to do, celebrate their little wins, and trust me, by just doing those small things, we shall be creating a better future for each one of us. Then one other thing we can do is like we have to like take action through everything we do. You have to look for like a supportive community. I'm glad at least each one of us is part of the Women Tech Makers community or GDG Cloud-Mbarara. So like by you joining that community, that means you've taken a step towards the future you want. Joining a community of like-minded people, right? Then there is a lot of power in the community because it's the community that has brought us together, right? So if you're surrounding yourself with people who have the same mind as yours, you all think tech, you all do tech, so it means it will be easier for you to like impact the future that you're trying to create. So it's through all these other actions that we are actually going to build this future. So all I can say is let's embrace what we have. Let's embrace the resources we have. Like someone from the Innovation Village mentioned, we have a co-working space here. So let's take advantage of the resources available, the learning materials available. The community will be running a couple of courses like from now. Let's take advantage of them. Let's take advantages of each and every opportunity that comes along so that we can impact our own future. It starts with like pushing yourself, then you can actually push the rest, right? So if you want something, you definitely have to go and get it. If you want to get satisfied in any course you've seen on the Google platform, any course you've seen on Coursera, then you have to take the step. So once you see some of these opportunities on the group, we normally share them there. If you don't know like the steps, you can always reach out to me. Trust me, I always guide you. Please make that step so that you can impact your own future. Otherwise, thank you so much for listening. Please remember to tweet, take pictures, tag Women Tech Makers-Mbarara, tag GDG Cloud-Mbarara. You can as well like follow us. We are on Facebook, Twitter, and no, we are not on Facebook. Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
A wonderful hand clap. A better one, guys. Thank you very much, Sumaya. Now, I'm actually seeing that the number of ladies in the room keeps on improving. Yes. So, gentlemen, I implore you, please, invite your girlfriend, your ex, your stalker, your future, everything. Your friends, yeah. Invite them, let them come and get this. So, what I took from what Sumaya said is that I'm just going to summarize whatever she said in one statement. There is strength in togetherness. So, life is hard if you do it alone. These things will be pretty hard if you do them alone. You'll look at the tech thing, you'll come and look at coding and you think this is so hard, but when you get lost at some point and invite someone to come and help you with something, you'll actually find out that, oh, the things are actually easy. So there is strength in togetherness. So next I'm going to invite our first speaker of the day. This is none other than a former student at Mbarara University of Science and Technology who did a bachelor's degree in information technology. She's an innovator and she's also a tech developer with UTU, leave alone that she is a community manager at Space Here Tech. That is none other than Sharon. Sharon? Guys, let's give a hand clap for Sharon as she comes. Yes. until she arrives here. Yes, Sharon, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sharon Jebitok. I'm a software developer from Kenya, and I'm happy to be here today. So I'm going to, I'm sorry. So I'm going to be talking about preparation for job applications and technical interviews. I'm not sure about the people who are here, but I know you're in tech. You could be a student or currently working, and most of the times we focus more on building our skills and forgetting on preparation for the job interviews, which is so important from the beginning. So as you build your technical skills, do not overlook preparing your non-technical skills and also the technical interviews. So on this talk, I'm going to talk about some important profiles and some non-technical skills that you can work on even if you're still a student, and also some technical interview process. So some of the important profiles that you need as a tech professional. So I wrote developers because I'm a software developer, but I know that there are some people who could be product designers, technical writers, or other technical skills in tech, but most of the examples I'll give are based on developers, but I'm sure it's relevant for everyone. So the first one is your resume. We have the GitHub profile, the LinkedIn profile, your portfolio, and also there is the elevator pitch, your cover letter, and also professional emails. So for your resume, on your resume, you should have your name, your GitHub profile, the portfolio link, and also the LinkedIn profile and your email address. And then you should also list your education from the most recent to, let's say, the last one, but always make sure that if you have other education, let the last one be your degree or maybe your certificate and all that. But if you have done courses like a bootcamp, maybe ALX, maybe the GDG community also offers some trainings, or an online course on a platform like maybe Udemy, you can also list them. And then also your experience. If you don't have a lot of experience, you can also add volunteer. So I know some of you volunteer in the GDG community, so you can also add that. You can also list your skills, which could be the programming languages and tools like GitHub. Also projects, if you're still a student, you can list those projects you've been building. Also, just a note, the resume should only be 1 page long, and the sites you can use to make your resume is, there is a site called flowcv.io, and also you can get a Google Doc sample. The next profile is your GitHub profile. So I hope everyone, if you're still a student, I hope everyone has a GitHub profile. Even if you're writing a simple HTML project, always push your code to GitHub. With your GitHub profile, you should create a repository that has your GitHub username. When you create such a repository, it will help you have something like this. Like when I go to github.com/your username, I'll see this on your landing page. So this is what I call the GitHub profile. With that, you can maybe add what you're currently learning or working on. You could add the projects you're working on. Maybe you can say, I'm working on a React project where you need help. So in case someone comes to your profile, they can read that you've been working on a backend project and maybe you're stuck and you need help. So it will make this person look for a way to reach out to you and maybe offer help. Or maybe you're learning a programming language like Go and need a community. So you can get a recommendation. Also, you can add some things you have interest in outside tech. So it will make people know that this person is not only in tech, they're also human. Another thing, you can pin some projects. So you see this part, we have on GitHub, we have this section called pinned projects. So assuming a recruiter wants to come to your page, they can see that you have a project that you can use HTML, CSS, maybe you can use another one using React, another one which is a backend project. So different projects, you can pin, I think, up to 4 or 6. Also, with using GitHub, it helps you be consistent. So you find some people have the green squares on GitHub, and some of them are faking, some of them are actually working on it. So in the first school I went, we were taught that if you always create the habit of pushing code to GitHub, it will help you somehow get consistent, because you'll be telling yourself, the day is almost ending and I've not written any code. I would have written some and maybe pushed to GitHub. Another reason for pushing code to GitHub, assuming today you lost your laptop or you want to change to a new one, so you won't have to say, I want to back up some of these projects on maybe a USB. You can just go to GitHub and clone the projects that you want to work on. Also, when it comes to the technical interviews, some recruiters will want to see some of the projects you have worked on. So GitHub will act as your store. The next one is your LinkedIn profile. So a LinkedIn profile is really important as it shows almost everything that was on your resume, but now if someone maybe asked for your name, they can easily search for you and get you on LinkedIn. Also, some recruiters might come across your LinkedIn profile and just decide to reach out to you. So on your LinkedIn profile, you have to improve it. So how to revamp your LinkedIn profile? You start with, first of all, the URL. When you create a LinkedIn profile, it always has some numbers after your name. So on LinkedIn, there is a way you can change and remove those numbers. It will help at least the LinkedIn URL will be shorter and it will be easier to search it. The other sections are the headline. So I know some people, when they are still students, they'll write upcoming software developer. There are these names that people like using. So you shouldn't say upcoming. You can call yourself a full stack software engineer and all that, because you're headed there or maybe you're already there. Other sections are there is the profile picture, the featured section, On the featured section, you can add some of your projects that you have worked on. There is the experiences, volunteering, education. If you have any certification, for example, you do a Udemy course and you're given a certificate, you can upload there. If the GDG community gives you a certificate, you can also upload there. And the other sections. So there are some resources on YouTube. You can just search revamping a LinkedIn profile, walk through the resources, then improve. Then you can reach out to someone and request them to review your LinkedIn profile. The other one is your portfolio. So if you're mostly a full stack developer and you know those front end, you can build a portfolio. And on your portfolio, you can have an about me section, which you're just talking about yourself. Then you can have some projects. So you just attach a few projects which has a link to GitHub and the live link. Also, you list your skills and technologies, add a downloadable resume, contact information or a form, how someone can reach out to you. And then also make sure you have some links to your GitHub, LinkedIn, and maybe a blog, either on Dev2, Ashnode, or Medium. So with your portfolio, you don't have to have a very fancy portfolio. You can even build using HTML or CSS. For backend developers or cloud engineers, you can just create a GitHub README file and then attach a link of some of the projects you have worked on. Because I know most of these people don't want to write CSS. If you're a designer, you can use a site like Behance to create your own portfolio. The last part on the profiles is the elevator pitch, your cover letter, and the professional emails. With the elevator pitch, it's a way of talking about yourself in 30 seconds to 2 minutes. So if someone asks you, tell me about yourself, you can just use the elevator pitch to talk about yourself. So you can go to a place like YouTube, search elevator pitch, and then understand some of the key things that should be on an elevator pitch. Then maybe write it on a paper and then always be practicing it. So basically what it should talk about is your name, where you learned the skills that you have, maybe a given, if you're a computer science student or maybe learning in a boot camp or teaching yourself, you mentioned some of those skills. If you have any work experience, what inspires you, and also maybe something personal. The cover letter. So whenever you're applying for roles, there are the ones that will ask you to attach your cover letter. Some will not require it, but it's good to know how to write a cover letter. So for a cover letter, it will always change depending on the role that you're applying to. So for this company, you will write a new cover letter, but there are some things that will always be consistent. Like if you come across a role by Microsoft, so you'll try and relate to Microsoft, what their mission is, what they want based on that role, and then you mention something close to their mission. You also mention your interest, repeat let's say the skills that you're familiar with or the time you have been learning, and then show interest in the role. You can tell them you're available for a call or further communication about this opportunity. The other one is your professional email. So, sorry. I know maybe this is so basic. People think it's so basic, but at times you'll get a recruiter and they'll send you their own email and tell you, send me an email if you're interested in this role. So this time you won't be filling a form to show an interest in a role. So you're writing an email. So on that email, make sure that you have, of course, the email, the subject of an email, and then the body. So assuming you're applying a role through an email, there are some things which you have talked about that will always keep repeating. Like you're just saying, hello, I'm reaching, okay. Oh. Okay, I'm writing to show interest on this given role. You also want to talk about the skills you have, maybe some experience that you have, and then you end up attaching your resume, your portfolio, your LinkedIn profile, and maybe your GitHub. So whenever you're writing an email, you can go to sites like ChatGPT and then copy the email body that you have already written, and maybe you're not sure of the subject, so you can ask it to suggest some subjects you can use, or maybe to help still improve the one that you have written. Also, there is this Grammarly extension. So I know everyone has a browser on their laptop. So you can just search for Grammarly extension, and whenever you have the Grammarly extension, whether you're writing an email, you're writing, maybe even on social media, the Grammarly extension will always help you correct the errors, or maybe writing articles. Okay, going to job applications, there are how you can find a role. So you have worked on your profiles and you now want to apply for roles. How do you get the roles? So I attached this photo. I know it's not clear, but it's something I came across on YouTube. So this was last year, and someone was talking about how to get a job in 2023. And this, I know the image is not clear, but this is before 2022, and assuming this is now past 2022. So previously, there were team transfers, like someone is working on a certain company, so they are only shifted or promoted. And then this is referrals. And then, so you're seeing team transfers was very small, and then the referrals was slightly big. But right now, the team transfers are very big, and then the referrals are also big. What does this mean? Like, if you're not working in this company, there is low chances for you to join there, because they'll only be moving people. Whenever a new opportunity comes in, they'll be shifting people, and the number of people applying externally won't be high. And then also for referrals, it means that if you don't build a good network, or people don't know what you're doing, there is a low chance that you'll get a referral. Assuming there is someone here who is looking for their first role in tech, there is a high chance you'll get your first role in tech out of a referral. So some of these things, I was talking about the open source contribution, communities, and impact. So some of these things are what contributes you to get a role. So open source contribution, of course, contributing, for example, the GDG community has a website, and they want developers to contribute, or designers. So that's a form of open source. Then you guys, you're already in a community, and also what impact do you make? So just the last part, this called application is all about let's say there is a, okay, this, what's the name of this place? Yeah, so you realize that maybe the innovation village hires developers and they have not posted any role. So you decide to send an email because you know their email. So if you send them without them advertising, it means it's a cold application. Like you're just showing interest to random places. I also can't see this properly, but so the thing that all this is trying to say is how can you get a role at the moment? And of course there'll be those roles on LinkedIn, but if you have been on LinkedIn recently, you'll realize that when a role is posted right now, up to 500 people can apply within no time. It means you have a low chance of getting a role in LinkedIn, even if you can still get. There are social media platforms, people still post jobs there. You can also get them there. Through the tech communities, most community managers always post open roles, and even community members can post. The last one is referrals. So here, the note, just when applying for a role, always remember to attach those, the things that we just talked about, the portfolio, resume, GitHub, and all that. For preparing for job search, so I'll just talk slightly about the common technical interview processes. There is the phone screen or behavioral interviews. This is, I can't say it's so simple, but for this one, you won't have anything tech. It's just asking, tell us about yourself. Maybe tell us about a time which you encountered maybe a conflict or something like that. So when you go for such an interview, you use a technique called SAR. You're talking about the situation, the action you took, and the results. And for this interview, always try and talk about tech, like maybe when you are learning or building projects. The next one is technical interviews. For this one, you might be given some questions maybe related to the programming language you work with, or you're given as an assignment to work on within a given period of time, or you can get on a call and then you are asked some of those technical questions. So there is that site called prompt.com. You can join the site and you'll find people to practice with. The last two is the on-site interview. You just go to the place and then you're asked some questions. The other one is with the CTO or co-founder. They'll also ask you some questions. Okay, after all that, you might be given an offer and you're expected to accept it. And then most people, when they get an offer, they might want to negotiate it. So you always have a right to negotiate your salary. So just a quote. This is from Maya Musk. I know most people know of Elon Musk. This is his mother. And she said that when I modeled, it was definitely a bonus. But I did it because it was fun. It kept me in the fashion world and allowed me to meet very creative people. My modeling career has done so much for me. Modeling has given me a completely different group of colleagues and friends who I wouldn't have known if I just remained in her previous career. So I feel like this is so relatable to me. I did an agribusiness degree, but later on switched into tech. And over the time that I've been in tech, I've gotten to interact with a lot of people. And if it wasn't for that switch, I wouldn't be in this event today. So I feel like it's been really a great opportunity. And I hope everyone who is here will get to always build a lot in tech and enjoy. Okay, so I'll share this link. It has a summary of what I've talked about today. And in case anyone has a question, you can ask. And thank you for listening in to my session.
A better hand clap. Sumaya, are you supposed to be here? Sumaya, well, I hope you guys got something at least from what she had to submit. See, there are some of us who are in fields that we do not like very much, and at some point you'll have to switch, like she did. And you have to build your resumes like she talked about. You have to build those profiles on LinkedIn. You have to actually make sure that all the platforms that you appear on, you are looking professional, such that you can easily get recruited, such that when this opportunity comes, you have a way of getting in, and you don't have to go through many corners. Let me invite Sumaya to give you a package, and thank you so much for...
Thank you so much, Sharon. How many of us have enjoyed her talk? Make sure we check her out on LinkedIn. She shares amazing stuff. I hope you've seen her names and her handle. Sharon, on behalf of Women Tech Makers-Mbarara, thank you so much for speaking to our community. I received this small token of appreciation. So we are going to have someone else, some diverse woman in tech. She's a lawyer. She's a woman in tech. She's a product manager. She works with the Innovation Village. How many of us have heard about the freelancers launch? Well, none of us. So she's going to tell us about product management. She's called Sabrina Atwine Mutabazi. She'll be sharing more about how you can get into product management, basically women in product management. And I think she'll as well as tell us about the freelancers launch at the Innovation Village. Let's join hands and clap for Sabrina. You're welcome.
Hello, hi everyone. Good morning. Hello everyone. As they put up my slides, I'm called Atwine Sabrina from the Innovation Village. Currently, I'm working under the Innovation Village as the product manager for the Freelancers Lounge. And basically, what we do at the Freelancers Lounge is that we are building a community or a platform that offers support to casual workers, independent workers, gigsters, whatever you can call any person that is not working under formal employment. So what we do, unlike many other companies or organizations that are, supporting gigsters with, matchmaking them with jobs, for us, we feel like there's so much more that freelancers need other than just matching them to what? To jobs, which is something most companies neglect and ignore. So for us, what we do is that we have built this platform where we offer these other aspects that complement the development, growth, and success of a freelancer. We offer things like insurance to freelancers, because under informal employment, really, you're not going to get a health insurance card like someone who is working for a company. If you're working with TIV, you know for sure that you have a what? An insurance card. In case you fall sick, they will support you. So we offer that through working with different kinds of stakeholders. We also offer legal advice. We offer space, co-working space for freelancers, because we know most of them really, their beds, their sitting rooms is their offices, which makes it hard when they have like clients to meet. So we've worked we are working on an electronic automated card, which they can just use to access the space that we have, and so many other things. Are we ready yet? Okay. Yeah, so that's basically my formal job, I can say. But aside, I'm also a lawyer, and my interest as to why I'm studying law, it's because I feel like we are having tech, advancement in a very rapid way. But unfortunately, the legal sector is not evolving as fast as the tech industry is, yeah? Which is challenging because we definitely want protection for the products we are working on. I know some of us here are developers, some of us here are creatives. We have work that we have, developed. But unfortunately, because the legal sector is not, growing at a fast pace like us, developers, creatives, or whatever, it makes it hard for our rights to be protected, yeah? That's why you find you work for like a company, probably you build this site for them, yeah? And then if you had like a lawyer or a legal understanding, you know that there are intellectual property rights for you as the what? As the developer. And intellectual property rights, meaning that you can possibly earn a lot of money from it other than just the one-time payment that they do what? That they give you. So there's that gap that needs to be what? That needs to be bridged or fixed. So that's why I'm excited to be in the tech industry and at the same time to be a lawyer, because it, helps me sort of like be that line of direction. Yeah, so I'm excited about harmonizing people, processes, technology, on how we can, use all of this for the betterment of the communities that we represent, the communities that we, support and represent in whichever work or field we are in. Today I'm going to be talking to us about women in product management, which is interesting because even in the room right now, we have less women. Let me see, how many of us are into product management? Do we have any people here? Or do we know what product management is? Someone, please. Do we know what product management is? Because this is important. I will start doing teacher things. Can someone tell us what they know about product management? Do we know product management? Eh? This one wants to tell us. Let's find out. You don't want? What? You don't know anything about product management? Someone, please. There should be someone. Fian, it can't be this bad. Because then it will make me start from A to Z. Someone. Okay, do we know products at least? Yes, there's someone who wants to help us.
Good afternoon. I would say product management is a field at the intersection of technology and business. So it's that role in a company where that person is in charge of being an advocate or maybe a middleman between the users and then the developers or the company.
Perfect. He said it perfectly well. And I have Fian there. She'll be speaking to you guys later. She's also a product manager. And truly, product managers are just that bridge, yeah, between the developers, the stakeholders that we have, and the users. Our role is to make sure that the products we are working on are that at the same time they are needed and loved by the users who are going to like use them at the end of the day. This is so loud. Can I use the other microphone? Thank you so much. Oh shit. Okay. I already talked about myself. That's not important. Okay. Let's now talk about the real tea, why we are here, right? So we are seeing that it is important for us to have so many women in product management because when we have so many women in product management, what that means is that we are having different backgrounds represented, we are having diversity, we are having our experiences of different like people represented in the industry. We've already discussed that why product management is important. It's because there's like a large pool of users, yeah, that we are trying to connect with. If Google is building its product, there's like a variety of people out there that Google wants to do what? To work with. Or if it's Microsoft or Apple or whatever. So if you have only one party, right? Say for example, you only have men on your team who are developers, only men who are the designers, they are the product managers. It's limiting because they speak only to the aspect they do what? They understand as men, in their position as men. Yet at the end of the day, if we look at statistics, for example, women actually make up a very, large, they make up even the largest population, I can say. So that means that's like a whole like market audience that is being left out, yeah? So it's important to have so many women because that kind of representation is done what? Is brought up. We get to know more problems that need to be solved. We get to know so many other user perspectives, yeah? If you're building this product, how do men feel about this product? How do women feel about this product? And how do children feel about this what? This product. Which means that even it would be interesting if we had like, probably school-going children that are maybe being like like doing internship on some of these products because they give us the perspective of like the youth, the young people. Otherwise, you're just going to build a product upon your own personal instincts, and at the end of the day, the users won't be what? Interested in them. Yeah, so what we are going to expect from my discussion or from my talk is basically women in product management, like the session is titled, but most importantly, why? Why am I here making noise about, why we should have women in product management? And then also, this can benefit all of us. What goes on inside the mind of a product manager? This will benefit you even if you're a woman or you are not a woman, but you're interested in what? In product management. And then I'll also talk about some tools we use as, badass product managers. Sorry for the language. No, I'm not sorry. And then also, we can also have the Q&A session, just in case we have some questions. Okay, so we already said that product management definitely goes hand in hand with product thinking. You are the mind of the product, yeah? Tell me, guys, what are some of your favorite products? I don't want to bore you. What are some? Yes, Fian.
Hi, thank you, Sabrina. Well, my favorite product currently is made in Kenya. It's called Chooms, and it's a savings app. It's helped me save a lot. And yeah, I think it's transformed my saving habits. That's my favorite.
Wow, amazing. Let's clap for her, guys. Okay, let me hear someone else. A guy this time. Product. What are your favorite products? Come on. I know we are all techie guys. Okay, there's someone. Oh, ladies. I see. There's a lady there. She's in black.
Hi, my favorite product is an app called Safe Border because as someone who doesn't have a car, someone who doesn't have a bike, it eases for me transportation.
Perfect. I also like safe border. I suck at bargaining and I don't know Luganda. I'm a Mchiga. So every time you speak broken Luganda, those guys know that you have money, eh? Yeah, so that means the border guys are going to charge you higher. But with safe border, I don't have to negotiate at all. So I like it. A guy, a gentleman, and then we move on. Who is telling us their favorite product? No, this time around you're going to tell us.
Do you really mind if you could allow me to think for some time, then I'll come back to you?
Okay, so we have safe border and then we have the Kenyan saving app. I think I've forgotten the name. Yeah, but you will tell us. So those are some of the things that we do. Some of the products that go through the product thinking, process for product managers, where you want to make sure that at the end of the day, it's matching the interests. Here we are looking at the user interface. How do users interact with your product? I remember when I had just been hired by the Innovation Village to build out value for the Freelancers Lounge, the first people I shared the platform with, they were complaining about the registration process. Like when you're signing up as a freelancer, it was like too long, and most of them could not even finish could not even finish the whole process because it was too lengthy. So the first thing I had to do, I had to go and talk to the designers and tell them, you know what, we have to make some change here. So that's like a product manager's mind getting to work. Yeah, so I don't want to bore you with a lot of statistics, but basically here we are seeing a question of what happened to women in product management. Have we always not had women in product management? That's a question. And are we just bringing, awareness of product management to women? And if they have always been there, where are the gaps? What's the challenge? What are we missing? Those are some of the questions that this slide speaks into. So when I was reading, I found out that actually when tech became a thing in the 1990s and the 2000s, there was almost of course for developed countries, this doesn't apply to countries like Uganda that are just catching up on the trend. Yeah, but for countries that were already developed, it started when it was eco. I think it was because most probably it was new for everyone. So the chance for segregating was not there at the moment. So some of the ladies who have worked for eBay, PayPal, Yahoo, they were product managers, and they mentioned that around that time, they were 50-50 on a team, both in these tech companies. But then later, around the 2000s and 2002, women started doing what? Being outnumbered by what? By men. And they mentioned that what changed that, we all know that Google is the king, eh? It's like a king in tech, right? Aren't we here because of Google? Guys, aren't we here because of Google? Yes. So Google has a big impact when it comes to technology and how it progresses. As lawyers, we have what we call precedents. Eh? So this is where you commit a crime, probably rape someone, and then you are brought before a judge. Sorry, I used rape. I didn't even mean you. I'm just saying you, the plural one. So you are brought to a judge, and then they go through the trial process and then make a decision. So when they make a decision, that decision sets a precedent, yeah? So that means that later in life, if any other person commits a crime like that, similar to that, they will not even have to waste their time making research, They will follow that case. What did the judge say? What were the circumstances? So if they are similar, they will just give you the same sentence that person was given. So that's what a precedent is. So now we are having our judge here, Google. Google sits, it puts up a meeting, And then it's like, oh, how can we, improve our products? How can we do better? And then Google ends up by saying, okay, why we are not doing well is because the product managers we have on our team, they are not very technical what? Technical people. Are we together, guys? So when they said they are not technical people, they were like, going forward, the people we are going to recruit, they are technical people. Meaning if you're a product manager and you're not technical, you're not going to be what? Hired, yeah? And we all know that the biggest really part of product management is communication. How do you communicate to teams? How do you communicate to designers, from designers to users, from users to stakeholder, partners, yeah? So really, like at that point, it's not so important for you to be very good at Python, for you to be very good at Flutter. It's not important. So when they said that, it kicked away so many what? Women. And we know why? Because we already have challenges of education disparities, yeah? We already have women who are not educated. We already have women who don't have resources similar to men. So that became a very big what? Problem. So it pushed away so many women that were in the industry. And then that's how the men started outnumbering what? Women. Because the policy that was put in place did not, justify or support women inclusion. So, and now we see that 65.3%, and these are recent statistics, 65.3% of people in product management, men outnumber them. All these numbers, they are men. Yeah, so meaning the women are what? Are fewer. And then when it comes to how they earn, men earn 7% more than the women in what? In product management. So very hard things. So I've already shared, there are already gender issues, we all know, which I won't get in because this is not a gender class. But we all know that women go through gender bias, work-life balance, salary disparities, I have shared, 7% more is earned by men, lack of education and ICT training, meaning that in as much as me as Sabrina, I was interested to be in the tech industry, these kinds of things limit me from doing what? From being part. But then what's the beauty? Putting that aside, because I think that's the role of the government. And we will handle it at its best when that time comes. When are we electing, guys? Make sure you elect right, yeah? So those issues, we will handle them then. Yeah, so, but the benefits really of making sure you have women on board or diversity, it's because you're going to have improved decision making and problem solving, yeah? Like I've shared, if you are having a team that has equal numbers of men and women, that means you're targeting all the users that you have out there. The men are going to bring on the team the men's perspective, yeah? And the women are going to bring on the team the women's perspective. We all know women like color, yeah? Women like color. They like a very beautiful product. Let me see, one of my best products is Spotify. I love Spotify. I think Spotify is an awesome tool. And one of the things that makes it nice is it's automations when it comes to color and whatnot. Sometimes there's a way it's designed. Every artist, say for example, I'm an artist, I'm Sabrina, and the image I use is in black. So when I put up my cover image for my album, the whole page will be in line with what? With that. So we order, we organized things, we beautiful things. So imagine if you only had a man on the team, you would never build a product that the women are so much interested in. So there's that kind of beauty that comes when it comes to deciding at the end of the day what the user is going to enjoy and do what? And love, yeah? So that's really what comes on the table when we have a broader team. And then also we get to have better understanding of diverse customer needs, yeah? That goes into what I have been talking about from the very beginning. You get to get into the mind of every customer. What do they need? What are their interests? What are they looking for? Because they are the ones that give you money, right? Yeah. So, and then also increased innovation and creativity, because I want to believe that we are actually all talented people in different ways. So the more we have diverse teams, the more we tap into like that kind of like talent potential that we wouldn't have the other way around. Yeah, so this is sort of like, being too much of a brag, but I really believe that where women rule, products reign. And I can justify that. You can look for me at lunchtime and I will justify why I think so. Yeah, so let's now get to like the more practical things, because I think all of you are techie people and that's what you're interested in, and not my gender stories and tantrums probably. So what goes inside the mind of a product manager? These are like the key things that we need to note when we are talking about product management. First, communication, and I've given it a 40%. It's actually not me. Recruiting teams are going to expect you to be 40% good and excellent at product when you apply for product management. Yeah? You have to be very good at communication, because from the very beginning, we've been talking about how you have different teams that you're coordinating. So if you're not good at communication, it gets really complicated. Then the next you're going to need, all the others are equals really. Design, you're going to have some skills on design. User interface, what are the simplest things users love, things like that. Then secondly, engineering. Do you have like an idea of, how some of these technologies like work? Have you like interacted with like code like before? Like, do you know the processes, yeah, of how these products like come to be like in place, yeah? Because if you're to see some of the tools that I would talk about, tools like Figma, you're going to have to use them to like build sort of like those wireframes that you share with the engineers. So I think it's important really that you have that kind of tech background. And then also business acumen. At the end of the day, really, why they are hiring you to be a product manager is because it's business, yeah? And they believe that the skill you bring to the table at the end of the day is going to create market for the company, it's going to create market for the organization, and they're going to earn from it. And if you do it very, very good, probably even your salary is going to be increased. Yeah, so this is upon how good you do it. And then getting now into like a little of details. So when it comes to communication, you're basically the conductor. You're working with like a very big team. I remember getting overwhelmed the first month I started working with the Innovation Village. One challenge about product managers is that you're kind of alone. You do not have like a team you're commanding. You do not have a team that you can be entitled to. Like, say for example, a CEO. A CEO is entitled to, the branding team. Like, they have authority to like guide them here and there. But for you as a product manager, you don't have that much authority. You're only telling the designer, so, hi, good morning. I saw you worked on that, but for me what I think really is that instead of that, let's do this because of this and this reason, yeah? So you're just like really like a link. You're offering direction, you're offering, you're trying to like bring to the table building like value out of the platform, but you don't have that much authority like how the CEO would, or the founder, yeah? And sometimes developers think we are encroaching on their territories, but we are not. We are just really like a missing piece in their in their field. Because I think as a developer, why are you smiling? You look like you disagree. You look like you disagree. You don't think project managers are missing pieces for developers? Yeah, thank you. So because as a developer, you also don't want to work on a product, and then you find people in the market, they are not using it or they are complaining. So in as much as really the credit is yours, because no one will ever even notice that the product manager did wireframes, that no one will. Everyone will say, that platform was developed by, what's your name? Yeah, was developed by Patience. As the product manager, you're just, but at the end of the day, we know where our success also comes from. Yeah, so you're going to be the conductor of the teams, the stakeholders, the developers, the users, and you're going to have to like make use of like different channels of communication. What data tools do you need to like, gather customer feedbacks? What platforms, if you're working with like a big team, for example, as who work with independent workers, we have like centrified platforms that we use to communicate to them. When there are like gigs, we have to like have that place where we can quickly like update them that maybe there's a gig here or there's an event there. So what do you use? Do you use WhatsApp groups? Is it effective? Because we know that sometimes people miss messages on what? On WhatsApp. Do you have like an automated, system that you use that sends them reminders, things like that? So communication is in all those different kinds of what? Of channels. And then engineering, you're the code whisperer. You're not actually the developer. You're not actually the guy going to sit on the code, but you're the guy who understands what the person on the code should do, what's necessary. So you're just going to whisper in their ears what you think is best for the what? For the users. And that's exactly what they will do what they will do. Yeah, so you're a code whisperer. And then also you are, when it comes to design, you're the user advocate, user, interface. You have to make sure that the product is easy to use for the users. It makes like their work easy when they are interacting with the platform, or otherwise no one will ever use your what? Your platform. And then also make sure you're bringing money to the company, because it's like business at the end of the what? At the end of the day. Yeah, so I wanted to also take a moment to take you through some of the amazing tools I use when it comes to like, product management. One of my best tools is ClickUp. Do we know ClickUp? How many of us know ClickUp? Oh, wow, nice. Yeah, so ClickUp, and I got an opportunity the other day when I was in Europe to meet the team at ClickUp. I used it as an opportunity to show off. Yeah, so that's me. So I met a team at ClickUp and I was so excited. Like when a developer works on a product and they manage to make you love the product, there's a way you feel connected to the team, yeah? So every time I'm using ClickUp, I feel like I know the team from ClickUp. I feel like they represented me so well. So when I saw them at this conference, at the Web Summit, I ran. I told them, I use ClickUp for this, and this. And could you make this change? They were so excited to see me and how vocal I was about the platform. So if you're a developer, you want to see some of those things happen. Okay, so I don't think this can be seen. I wanted to put a link, but this is my dashboard for my ClickUp page. And basically what it helps me with is it gives me that kind of like order, yeah? So I have to put in the platform, it's centralized to accommodate. Yeah, it's centralized to accommodate the kind of work that you have to do. And you can even assign tasks to different people. For example, if you are working with a developer, you can put a task for them, yeah? You're like, maybe we need to make like changes on the landing page, then assign that task to them, and it keeps giving you the progress of the what? Of the task automatically. So yeah, so it's like very, very interesting. And then you can create like different decks inside the tool. So this is for freelancers lounge that I manage, and every time I open this thing, I feel so big, guys. If you don't have ClickUp, just go today and look for what? And look for ClickUp. Time caught me when I was trying to put together the different other tools that we can use as product managers, but this is product board. I don't know if anyone knows product board, but product board specifically for it, it's for teams, product managers themselves. I guess like for big companies that launch products almost every single day. That means they have like different designers that they work with, different developers. So you put like your whole work to be centralized here in what? In product board, and then it makes it what? Easy. Then this one is Microsoft 365. I know we all know Microsoft, from Microsoft Word, Excel, and I didn't think it was like a powerful tool until I explored it from like A to Z. So Microsoft 365 has like different tools that are connected to what? To it. So when you use it, I'm bringing it here specifically for communication. Oh yeah, there's also Google Workspace, yeah? Guys, I think we should erase that and put Google Workspace, or else they will fire me. Yeah, but Google Drive, like, is also like a great like tool you can use to collaborate with your teams, communicate to them, but also Microsoft 365, it has Outlook, and these platforms, they have even like added AI in them, meaning they can correct like some of like the work you're doing. They can make it easier for you, yeah? So these are some of the products that you can do what? Look out for. Of course, Slack as well, because it's important to have like a very organized communication channel with your teams, or else no one will be seeing what you're, like I hate WhatsApp groups. And in Uganda, I don't know why, we take WhatsApp to be a professional platform. In Uganda, you're going to like join this team. The first thing they will do, add you to our WhatsApp group. And the messages are so overwhelming. And some are going to even send important what? Important communications there. And you find you had like a deadline to meet like, and 2 weeks have already what? Passed, because you didn't see it. So we have to be very keen and use platforms for communicating that are actually, you know, favorable and effective for whatever use we have. Yeah, so I guess that's it. I was given 20 minutes, but I don't know if I've exceeded it. But do you have any questions, guys? If anyone has a question, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, I want to thank you for this beautiful presentation. Then my first question is, in the beginning when you were talking, you talked about Figma, though I don't know how you can apply it in product management. Then my other question is, for me as a student, if I'm really looking into venturing into product management, where do I start? Okay, I've gotten skills, maybe I've known the tools that can be used. I've tried to learn how to use those tools, but career-wise, where can I start?
Okay, thank you. So this is all I can say. For your first question about Figma, how does it apply to product management? I already shared that as a product manager, you're going to have to be very good at design as well, right? Because you sort of create like the idea for the developer. Then the developers make it what? Functional. Meaning, some of like the screens, you're going to have to prepare the wireframes after. Or whenever you want like a website, there's this thing developers ask for. Is it like a specification document where you sort of like list the different features that you want for the what? For the products, yeah? You're like, maybe I want the opening page to have like blogs, I want it to have like stories, I want it to have like videos, or I want when people like are signing up, this and that happens. So that kind of like structure, yeah? So that's exactly what you're going to use Figma for. Create those like wireframes, make it like very easy for the developer to see your idea, because they are working through your what? Your eyes. So of course you can also just, if you're not very good at like, designing, UX and whatnot, you can just do the specifications page, yeah? Because as a product manager, really, it's not a must that you have to be a developer. But I think it would be easier if you have like skills in like Figma, if you have like UX skills, because you can just like design it and you don't have to like go all over again with the developers telling them what to do, because then it's very clear. I hope that has answered your question. Okay. And then as a product manager, how do you get into product management as your career? First of all, I don't have a degree in software engineering. I don't have a degree in ICT. I don't have a degree in all these things you guys are doing, yeah? Which is why anyone would ask themselves, so why are you here? How did you get here? You must be a fraud. Eh? Some of you could ask, how did you do law and you're in tech and even like running like a tech product? Like, how is that possible? So what matters at the end of the day is, do you have the skills? In as much as Uganda really operates with transcripts and whatnot, at the end of the day, the employers are shifting now to where they want the skills. So if you have the skills, sweetheart, that's all you need. Just make sure that you are very good at branding yourself professionally. You are very good at putting together your CV, at taking the credit for the work that you have done, yeah? I'm in tech because I started participating in a program called Technovation. Oh, my time is out? Oh, wow. Okay, so my tech like skills, I get them from like competitions. Technovation, where we would build platforms, apps to solve community problems. So I've worked on like 4 apps, mobile apps. So that's where I get the skills from. But even when they didn't actually like get to like be monetized, can you like, because it's work that you actually did, and it's an app that actually does what? Work. Can you make sure in your CV that you put out all the things that you have done that align to product management? And it keeps getting clear every day. It's this year that, late last year, that I started making it very clear that I'm actually into what? Products. Like before, everything I was doing was relating to products, but I didn't know that it was product what? Management. So when I sat and looked at all the works I've been doing, I was like, oh, this is product management. So I had to like change my CV, the wordings, tailor everything towards what? Towards that. And then it becomes easy. Lunchtime, guys, for more questions. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Wow. A better hand clap for Sabrina. She said lots and lots of things. The part of product managers where she got me smiling, and I'm like, yeah, we actually need them, because we as developers, sometimes we look at activities and we look at them as very simple. You look at something and you be like, this should be very straightforward. But then to the people out there who are going to use the product, it could not be that straightforward. So that's why we need people with people skills to come and help us know what the people actually want, what the end users of the apps want. So Sabrina, that is a token from Women Tech Makers-Mbarara. Thank you very much. I think we have proven that you are really talkative.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. Thank you for speaking to our community. We hope each one of us has learned something from her session.
Yeah, it was actually packed. Guys, during the lunch break, we should just feel free to... I think we should all have lunch in this room, such that you can feel free to communicate, to ask more questions to the presenters, to other guys who are going to come here and all that. Thank you so much once again, Sabrina. And next, we are going to have Finn. Finn is a fintech product manager, and she is a founder for Young Techies. She's also an award-winning tech professional with phenomenal product and people skills. So Finn, you are very welcome. Come and take the floor. Come and take us to the sky. Yeah.
Alan did mention that she was actually nominated, and she was like, we were together in the top 10 under the Women Tech Network Awards last year.
Wow.
Like, she's a big woman in tech. She's from Kenya, and she's going to be as well talking about product management. You're welcome.
Thank you. I actually won the award, guys. Okay, thank you. It's Fian. My name is Fian Karinge. I'm from Kenya. And today, I want to know how many of us build products. How many of us build, like we code, whether we code, whatever part of it. How many of us build products? Awesome. And the rest, what do we do? How many of us want to build products? We want to build good software. Let's raise our hands. All right, awesome. So, thank you. All right. So the process of building a okay. Can I get Okay.
Is that better?
Like this one. Yeah, this is good. All right. So the process of building a successful product is not just on the software developer's back or on the product manager's back. It's all of us. We want to build really successful products. So after you've coded, you've launched, you want it to be a successful product that's well adopted, yeah? Like Spotify, like Uber, like Chooms. You want to see, there's my product. People are using it. But 95% of the products we build actually fail. And they fail because people don't build things that the market needs. And it's a very critical role of the product manager to ensure that we are building what the market needs. So today my talk will be centered around product adoption. How to ensure we build products that people adopt. So briefly about myself, but I think I won't get into this because of time. I like to say, when you're talking about yourself, you say who I am and what I do. You're not what you do. You're not a software developer. So I am Fian. I like to call myself soft and brave. Soft because everything soft has life. If you see the trees that are the softest, those are the trees that have the most life. Anytime you feel yourself becoming hard, remember you don't have life. If you feel you're becoming a hard person, just know you don't have life. I love flowers, I love karaoke, and also the sun. And of course, professionally, he's shared a bit about what I've done. Professionally, I currently work with a German agri-fintech, and I am really passionate about ensuring we build well-adopted products. So she asked the question that I was going to ask all of you guys. What is your favorite product? Think about it. Really think about why you like the product you're using. Actually, the product you use the most. Is it Instagram, Facebook? Can I get a few products that we use the most? Yes. GitHub. Awesome. Okay. Someone else? Quickly. Instagram. Awesome. Another one? Instagram. Good. So, what we want to discuss today, as I said, is product adoption. How to get to Instagram. Product adoption is acceptance and integration of a product into someone's life. Instagram has been integrated into your life. When we're building, we want our products to be integrated into the users' lives. So how do we do that? How do we achieve this? Getting a new idea adopted, even when it has obvious advantages, is very, very difficult. It's why 95% of people fail in building products. So there are some principles we can use, but really product adoption is a constant, it's a constant thing you're trying to ensure you get to. All right? Even Instagram is constantly hiring product managers, techies. It's not shut down. It's always evolving. So the first principle of ensuring your product is well adopted is that it meets the market needs, what we call product market fit. That is the foundation. And developers, this is also very important to you, because we don't want to have developers who are just good at code. You want to understand, what is the impact of what I am building doing? What impact does it have? So product market fit. Let's talk a bit about that. Product market fit is when your product meets the user's needs. How you're saying you use Instagram, it has fit your need perfectly. They have achieved what we call product market fit. And there are 4 ways we can try to get to product market fit. Number 1 is validation. A lot of us here are not only devs, we are also business people. We want to start companies. We want to do our own thing. We've had good ideas in our minds, but how do you validate the idea? How do you ensure, okay, this is a good idea, let me pursue it? Before undertaking any project, any idea, you must validate its viability, so you don't waste time and money. So the best way to validate your idea is not in your head, it's in the market. So some of us have really good ideas in our head, and we're always thinking, it's supposed to be like this, it's supposed to be like this, but you haven't actually put it in the market to see how this idea would be. So from a really successful entrepreneur called Daniel Priestley, he says, when you validate ideas in the market, I'll show you how to do that very cheaply. It helps create a very good marriage between what you're passionate about and what the market needs. So what we're trying to do here is remove what we have and put it in the market. A few good ways here are, number 1, a waiting list. I'm going to give an example. If you had an idea to start, what's a good idea? A chili ice cream in Mbarara. And you thought, wow, this would be so nice. Like Rolex tasting ice cream would be so nice. And you keep thinking about what you'd put in the Rolex. That's where you should stop. Put it out of your head and into the market. Create a waiting list. A waiting list is a very, very good way to validate ideas. People like Elon Musk have done it to validate Model 3, Cybertruck, and to invalidate other ideas. So create a waiting list. Say, hey guys, we're launching a Rolex tasting ice cream. If you're interested, please sign up. If you get 1 sign up, that means this idea is actually not valid. If you get 20 sign-ups, if 20 people say, I'm interested, and you can get more data in the waiting list. You can say, hey, please put your email if you're interested. What taste of ice cream would you like? Would you want it chili? How often would you buy it for? How much would you buy it for? There you're collecting very important data from the market, and you're not spending a single cent. So any idea you have, make sure it passes through the market first before you go into implementation. Anyone with a question on that, on the waiting lists? Very, very important. Many companies have used this to scale their products. Number 2, a landing page. If you're a developer, you can actually create a website that collects these emails. So tell people, we are launching X next month. Please put your email here if you're interested. So you already have customers even before you start building what you're building. And you already know if your product has interest. And then, of course, there's number 3, engage with audiences through discussion groups. So these people you have gotten who are interested in the chili ice cream, tell them, hey, we're having a small get-together in Innovation Village. Come, let's discuss about this chili ice cream. You can get a lot of feedback from customers without spending $1 on making this chili ice cream. Because you might make it, put it in the market, and everyone is like, yuck, this is so disgusting, you know? So make sure you validate your idea. So the goal here again is to test interest and collect data. You might think I'm going to charge my ice cream at $1, but people are like, this is worth $20, you know? So allow yourself to be led by the data here. Now, once we've validated our idea and people have said, I love this chili ice cream, now we're going to get into the persona. I want to pick someone's name. Yeah, let me pick you. What's your name? Innocent, yeah. So we'll have a persona here called Innocent. Innocent has been part of the mailing list. He even came for the discussion group. He's really interested in the chili ice cream. Innocent will help us lead the building of this product. So here we want to discover who is Innocent, what do they exist, what context do they exist. This is very important because I'm going to give an example of context here. If you look at the success of Amazon versus, I don't know if you guys know Jumia. You know Jumia? Jumia is the exact same thing as Amazon. But Amazon is significantly successful because of this thing we call context. Amazon lives in a very consumerist country, which is the US. People buy things with credit cards all the time. If I wanted lip gloss today, I buy it on credit card. But Africa is a different context. We're not consumerist people. We buy what we need. If I don't have money for the lip gloss, I'm not going to buy it. You understand? So you really have to understand context. Where does Innocent live? How does his day look like? Really get into Innocent's life. So when you're discovering who Innocent is, and this is now, again, the job of a product manager, and sometimes even a dev, if you're looking to actually build your own startup, you'll have to go through this process. So I'm going to ask Innocent very open-ended questions. So allow him to share more. Ask him, just don't speak more than he speaks. Don't start telling him stories. Let him tell you about his life and everything. The second thing that you should implement when you're discovering who Innocent is, and this is applicable when you're, one, building a startup, building your projects for, let's say you want to build a project for your portfolio. So you're going to go through discovery. You want to know about the user that you're building for. Number two is ask them about their past behavior. So this is all research principles. You are more likely to understand a person by their current or past behavior. If today I asked Innocent, next month, how many times would you go to the gym? Innocent could tell me, I can go 3 times a week or 4 times a week. But if I asked him, Innocent, last month, how many times did you go to the gym? It's probably none. So you are able to understand someone better by their past behavior, not their future behavior, because humans tend to overestimate what they can do in the future. There was actually a study done for an airplane to know what best snacks to serve on an airplane. And they were asked to choose between cake and fruits. So everyone chose fruits. Everyone chose fruits. So when the same people who were interviewed were put on a plane and a cart was dragged down the airplane and they were choosing between cake and fruits, all of them picked cake. So it's very important to understand that humans are sometimes liars and it's not a bad thing. They lie, they don't understand their own behavior. So ask someone, how did you eat cake last month? If they did, they will likely eat cake next month. Now, last part is stay in the problem space. I'm going a bit deeper into product here. We have 2 spaces in building our product. We have the problem space and the solution space. That's where they live. When you're doing research or discovery, you must stay in the problem space. Because when you enter the solution space, and I don't know if this is clear, So the problem space is like the problem space is I can't get a good means of transport around Mbarara. The solution is safe border. You understand? So stay here in the problem. Focus on the problem. Because when you start asking someone, would you like a car that flies? They'll say, yes, I would like a car that flies. But when you bring a car that flies, they're like, hey, no, I didn't ask for that. So focus on what problems they're facing rather than what solutions I could offer. Because they will absolutely lie to you if you focus on the solution. So this will help you understand my idea, who I'm building for, and then we move to the second principle, which is jobs to be done. Again, here I'm being a bit technical, but this is a very key principle in ensuring you build a product that will be used that will meet a user's need. Very, very key. So the job to be done framework states that people hire your product to perform a certain job they need to get done. I am hiring Safe Boda to ensure that it gets me a rider to take me to place X. I am hiring this chair to ensure I am seated well on it. We all hire products. So the job is to ensure our product is the best hire. Best hire. So, and this, when you talk about jobs, it just doesn't mean functional jobs. It also means social and emotional jobs. So if you look at Instagram, Twitter, they don't necessarily have functional jobs as much. It's also a bit emotional and social. So ensure your product is doing a very good job for your user. Find out what job does Innocent need to get done. How can we ensure our product actually does that job very well? This is very, very, very key. And then finally, test and iterate. Someone asked what Figma could help you do. A key thing Figma has helped me do is to prototype. Once you create the screens on Figma, you can actually prototype it on your phone and test it out with users. See how users are using this without building a single line of code. Not even a single line. So test, iterate, because even after you've garnered all this information about Innocent and everything, you still have gaps in how you'll build for Innocent. So make sure this is very critical. Companies who have built successful products are still testing and iterating till date. So have the mindset of a scientist who is experimenting, who is constantly learning. That's very, very critical. All right, so after we have found out, okay, we have a good idea, we'll make chili ice cream, we want to ensure our product is a sticky product, a product you just can't stop using, like Instagram, TikTok. I don't know how many use TikTok here? It's okay, don't be ashamed. One of the things people complain about TikTok is it's addictive. Yeah, it's very sticky. So a key principle that TikTok has used and many other products to ensure that it's sticky is called the hooked model. So I'm going to explain what the hooked model entails. So a sticky product is one that just keeps getting your attention. You're constantly on this platform. Now, the hooked model has the 4 principles of developing a habit. A sticky product is a product that has been integrated into your habits. It is literally habitual, like gym, like running, it's a habit. So they have used the same principles of forming a habit to ensure you get a habit of using this product. The first principle of forming a habit is a cue. How many have read Atomic Habits by James Clear? Okay, guys, read, please. So the first principle is the queue. We all have the two types of queues, an internal and external queue. An internal queue is I feel lonely. An external queue is like a notification. An internal queue is it's Friday, I want to spend money. It's internal. So what we want to do is to create external triggers that are associated with internal triggers. I'm going to give an example of Chums I mentioned. Chums actually helped me create a very, very good savings habit. I save significantly more. Why? This queue, one of the things is this queue. So on Friday, when people are, kind of, yay, let's go party and happy, Chums actually sends a notification to you and says, before you go out, make sure you save at least 30 bob or 50 bob. So it taps into your internal trigger of spending to cause you to save. And slowly, that habit actually builds up. You start saving every Friday. So one of the very important things is when you're building your product, find out about Innocent. You see, we're really focused on Innocent. What are his internal triggers in relation to the product you're building? For example, the product I'm working on, we are trying to digitize agribusinesses. So one of the things is we're looking at the queue. When do you get sales the most? We need to find out when do you get sales the most at your business. That's the time when we send notifications. Ensure your external trigger aligns with the person's internal trigger. Number 2 is the action. So now that Chums has told me, Fian, please save 50 bob here, we need to ensure the action intended for the user is very easy and intuitive. I am more likely to convince Innocent to go to the gym to just do 5 push-ups, just 5, just come, let's do 5, than I am to say, let's do 100. So people are likely to take the path of the least resistance. If you're just doing 5 push-ups, I'll go. So ensure that the action you're intending for the user is very easy. If I'm going to save, let it be simple. So as you're building products as developers, as product managers, ensure that the action is extremely easy. All right? Is that clear? And then finally, a reward. A lot of people think a reward is monetary, but a reward is just the result of an action that resonates with the user. I'm going to use Chums as an example still. So when I save, when I've taken the action to save, a reward that I see on my phone is my progress of saving. I see, wow, I've saved this much. That is simply the result of an action. So ensure while you're building your products, the user has a good result to their action that resonates with them. Are we clear? Are we clear? All right. And sometimes actually the reward may just be the result of the action itself. Like when I call an Uber, the reward is just me getting the Uber. And I like that, Okay. Then finally, investment. This is not very critical for the habit loop. So even if you look at forming a habit of going to the gym, for us who go to the gym, or those, for everyone, you need a cue. You need to see, for example, if it's your sports shoes or your gym attire, when you see it, I need to go to the gym. So that's why you're advised when you want to create a habit of going to the gym, make sure you place your outfits very close to your eye. So I see it, go to the gym, fun. Reward is I get endorphins. I get that really good feeling of going to the gym. And then it closes the habit loop. Finally, the investment is not very critical, but you can always use it. So this is where you want the user to feel like they are part of the experience, so that they are part of the contribution with the product. So you can do this by running surveys or feedback forms. Again, not very critical. Now we have other ways to spike adoption, but they're not fundamental like the ones I just mentioned. Number one is, okay, come on. Yeah, the exclusive or scarcity principle. How many of us remember Clubhouse? Clubhouse? Guys, come on. Clubhouse. The app. No. Come on, guys. Clubhouse. Okay. Okay. How many? Okay, none of us know Clubhouse. You know Clubhouse. Heard of Clubhouse ever? Okay, good. So Clubhouse was an application that was almost like a social media platform, but you are only able to access it if you are invited on the platform. And Clubhouse spiked its adoption like crazy. Like, it got a lot of users in such a short period of time because they employed the scarcity principle. If something looks like it's exclusive, everybody wants a piece of that thing. It's why when you hear people saying only 20 slots left, you want to jump on that, right? So this is a good strategy to spike adoption, but I don't think it's sustainable, because where is Clubhouse now? It's not a sustainable strategy, because at some point everyone will get access and it loses its exclusivity. So yeah, it's a good principle to just spike up interest, but not sustainable. Now, I know we're supposed to have key takeaways, but I wanted to ask you, I want to put the ball to you as I conclude my talk, to ask you, what are your key takeaways? So that this is a more engaging session. Please, can we just stand for a minute? So let's stand, all of us, let's stand, so that we're, thank you. Awesome.
Thank you so much. Me, I would say, when you talked about us focusing on what the users need, not what we think we can put out to the market. Thank you.
Awesome. What's your name? Patience. Awesome. Thank you, Patience. Someone else? Awesome.
Something very simple. You don't have to think alone. You have to make other people pass some good information that could improve your product or something.
Awesome. Thank you, Innocent. Another key takeaway? Yes.
Me, what I've got is that before you make your product, you have to first give it to the users, like to experience your product. Then after you make it more productive. Yeah. So that's what I've understood.
Awesome. What's your name?
Patience.
Patience. Two patiences. Okay.
Okay, so for me, mainly, I would say what I've learned from literally the whole session. I would relate it to what the former speaker said. What she talked about, the part of, if they've employed you as a product manager, you have to obviously bring in the money. So I feel like she has been talking about things that will make you a good product manager to be able to actually market the product, to actually fulfill that's like the company need. Yeah.
Awesome. What's your name?
Lydia.
Yeah, thank you. Any other takeaway? The rest of the guys, no takeaways? None? Make it sticky. Also, thank you. Okay. And I've also attached some resources here for you guys, those who are interested in product management. Yeah, any questions before I close? Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, let's just remain standing as we stretch. Fian, I think you're still here. We have to gift you for the talk you have just given unto us. So guys, we are going to stretch a bit, right? I feel like we have been seated for so long. How long? I think it's been now like 3 hours or more. So this is what we're going to do. pair up. One of you is going to be a mirror, one of you is going to be the object. So whatever the object does, the mirror does, right? Yeah, so get someone. So I need a mirror and an object. Who is the mirror and who is an object? I need you guys in pairs, 2, 2, 2.
Okay, before that, thank you so much, Fian, for speaking to us. This is from the community to you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So let's pair up and
Let's pair
exercise
up.
a bit.
Do we have objects and mirrors ready? Guys, make sure you're facing. You know when you're facing a mirror, when the object is facing the mirror, the image actually faces the object. Okay? Okay, so where are the objects? If you're the object, raise up your hand. If you're the object, raise up your hand. And if you're the, okay. So we are all in pairs and we have objects. Now, this is what the objects are going to do. You're going to do anything crazy. And the reflection is supposed to do it. So if I do this, the reflection also does that. Yeah? If I squat down, the reflection does that. Are we ready? So we're going to do that for about 30 seconds. Just the objects, make sure you're creative. Just keep moving, keep doing something new every 5 seconds. Are we ready? Are we ready?
Anything crazy.
Okay, let's go. Let's do this and see.
In Uganda, we're going to like join this team. The first thing they will do, add you to our WhatsApp group. And the messages are so overwhelming.
Okay, all right. So we are going to switch. So if you are the object, you're now going to be the reflection. Yeah. So if you weren't challenged, now I want the current objects to really challenge their reflections properly. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, let's do this. Okay, we are going. Hey, guys, let's do this. Objects. Well, let's go. For about 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, amazing. Let us take our seats. Let's take our seats. That was amazing.
I really hope we are now all energized, and we are going to have a panel discussion between the female panelists, the female speakers we've had. It's an Impact the Future panel. And ladies, if you have any question, please feel free to ask. The main reason of this panel is to inspire you, because all these are amazing ladies and they've done great things in tech. So we're going to have a major discussion about how you can actually become a better woman in tech. So I'm going to be inviting them here. The first one is Sabrina Atwine. Sabrina is a product manager at the Freelancers Lounge with the Innovation Village. She's a lawyer and she does very many other things. You're welcome, Sabrina. Our second panelist is Fanny. Fanny is a technical writer, a contributor to open source. She's a woman in tech. She's part of the organizers of the first ever Python conference in Uganda. Welcome, Fanny. Our third panelist is Sharon. Sharon is the community manager Specia Tech in Kenya, a leading vibrant tech community in Kenya. She's a software engineer. You're welcome, Sharon. Our fourth panelist is Fian. Fian is a fintech product manager, a woman in tech, a founder, young techies. Alan, can we have the second mic? All right, so these are amazing ladies that have done great things in tech, and we're going to be hearing from each one of them. We're going to have like a brief introduction about what you do, then we can go on. So we shall start with you.
Hey guys again. So like I said, I'm Fian. I'm a product manager, and I also founded a community called Young Techies, where we share inspiring tech stories. So to inspire new beginners to see what the journey looks like. Yeah, and I love flowers and sunshine and karaoke.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Fanny Nyayich. I'm a front-end developer. I currently work as an open source developer for a German NGO. We build open source projects used by marginalized communities, basically to educate the communities. I'm also so passionate about the communities, especially the tech communities here in Uganda, and so we are organizing our second PyCon, which will be happening in October. I look forward to see you all there.
Thank you so much, Fanny.
Hello, everyone. Nice to talk to you again. I'm called Sabrina Twine, and I'm a product manager for Freelancers Lounge Innovation Village. But also, I found a startup called Nimarunji, which basically uses the data.
2:30. Okay.
We use data to harness the power of how we can leverage on like data and information to eradicate education inequality. I love so many things like the law, economics, and so many other things. But recently, one fun fact is I learned a skill, digital art. So for like the past 3 months, I've been drawing cartoons. So if you have like your favorite animated character, just give me a picture. I'll draw for you and send back to you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Jebitok. I'm a software developer at Utu and also a community lead at Spacia Tech and Mentalist, a mentorship platform.
All right. Yeah, you can keep with the microphone. So, Sharon, how has it been like for you to be a woman in tech? Like, you can just summarize everything. How has the journey been? How have you found the tech space?
For me, the journey in tech has been amazing. I got into tech in 2020, and I know being a woman in tech, I've gotten to interact with maybe developers from Nigeria and other countries, and whenever you are in a group, maybe a WhatsApp group or a Telegram group, you'll find that they'll always assume everyone is a guy. So maybe someone was asking for something and you reply, so they'll just say, "Thank you, sir." So I've always learned not to take it personal, but I always realize that this is something that happens. But I think tech is really interesting because it doesn't choose who you are. There are opportunities for everyone, even if there are always those conversations about why do we always have, let's say, companies saying we encourage women to apply and all that, or maybe scholarships favoring women. But I think it's not all about favoring women, but encouraging all of us to try and coexist, and also encourage other women who have not gotten into tech to feel more comfortable to get into tech. Not to assume that this is only for men, but also them to come. I would say thank you to the guys who came here today. We are not taking your space, but just allow us, your sisters, to have some room with you, because at the end of the day, if we all get to grow, tomorrow it won't be only you helping the society, but all of us as a team.
Thank you so much, Sharon. So, Sabrina was a GDSC lead, and we all know that the GDSC community is majorly composed of people in tech, and she was a law student by then. So, how has the tech space been like for you?
Thank you very much. So, I don't know why I thank a lot. Yeah, but for me, really, it has been like a great opportunity. Growing up, my mom raised me to feel powerful, to always be powerful, confident, and bold. And being in that tech space it even made it more clear that indeed I'm powerful, bold, and strong. I don't even see like why most of us see like areas where we feel like we are the minorities in the space, because I've never felt like that at all. Like, not a single day have I ever felt like I'm the minority in the what? In the industry. The only challenge I have found in the tech industry is the fact that I really like giving back to the community. I like identifying problems and providing solutions for them. And one of the biggest challenges has been, for example, building products for people who do not afford them. You're building, something that you're so passionate about, that you're so excited about, and you're building it for like the last, mile user, right? Someone deep down in the village. Because what we are building at Nimarunji is a platform that is supposed to help people from underserved communities, yeah? But it's a data platform. And most of them, we all know that digital divide is actually like a problem, yeah? So even when you're working on like this product, the people who you expect at the end of the day to benefit from it, it's like there's sort of like those kinds of of barriers, meaning there are so many like root causes of like the whole like issue we have in the industry that needs to be tackled, and you can't tackle them like alone. So when I started the startup, I found first of all there were already those like pre-existing issues, yeah, and for you to like go through it and have your product adopted, like she's saying, you cannot escape looking into some of those societal issues. How do we make accessibility easy for everyone? How do we make accessibility easy for women, children? Because you have this platform that you're putting in a rural area. At the end of the day, you're going to need talent there, but the talent isn't there. So instead, I found myself getting into edtech as well, because I had to like train the people that are going to be using the platform. So what we did is that we recruited around like 40 agents at the beginning where I come from, and we had to like give them like ICT training and whatnot, which was not even initially in our plans. Like we didn't intend to do that. Or when I start like some community like tech programs, and Amor is unlucky. Amor is in the communities that are underserved. I don't know if I just have like an obsession with underserved people, but I'm never in a community where people actually get tech and you're just like it's smooth. It's always a school that doesn't have computers, a school that knows nothing about code. It's even at university. At university, you guys could say, oh, it's now uni, things should be better. But I went to Islamic University in Uganda, the females campus, and trust me, even the people who were doing ICT did not even understand the concept at all. So when I started the Google Developers like student club, it was a struggle, like a real struggle. Even when they had a computer laboratory, no one was even like willing to enter that laboratory because it doesn't feel like it's their work. I don't know why. So there was a lot of like advocacy that I have to do. So for me, there has been like 4 times of the work that I was supposed to do. Like I have to do 5 times harder than I'm supposed to do. But I like it. I like it. It's my purpose. It makes me happy. Thank you.
Well done, Sabrina. I'm really proud of the work you did while at IU. Funny, you're one of the leading open source contributors in Uganda. How has tech been like for you?
For me, I think it's been both interesting and sometimes also challenging, as my counterparts have mentioned. So the interesting part is that you're always learning something new every day, and that is something that I really love about tech. There is something new that you learn every single day. I can't say that I know everything. Truth is, even today, there is something new I have learned from the presentations that have been given. So one of the challenges I think I have faced is also regarding products, getting out the products to the right users. So in my case, we have these open source projects. That means they are free, and the people we are trying to reach to These are the people deep in the villages, people without access to smartphones, people without even devices. So we build these softwares and then do a prototype in China and then send a physical devices to these people. And some of the challenges we had were translations to their local languages of people people were trying to educate, mostly women, about mental health, nutrition, and stuff like that. So it has been really a roller coaster. First is trying to reach to the community. Sometimes they may rebel you. So we needed to figure out how to get our product to reach there. And we are working around that, and some communities have been accepting our product, and that is already a win. Another challenge is being around men. I wouldn't say that I feel like a minority, because even when I was in my software engineering class, like, we were just 4 ladies. So everyone around us were men. And if I look at all the 4 ladies right now, we are only 2 who are still pursuing the same thing. So in that what I had to do is we needed to use that opportunity. And one thing I've always stuck to is trying to have a mentor alongside me, because sometimes things get tough. Maybe your code breaks down and I can't sit there crying or trying to figure out stuff on my own. This is where my mentor comes in, and also the community comes in. I can say that the community has been really a big player in my career. Talk of these GDGs, talk of we used to have Facebook developer groups. We still have like the Python Kampala groups. Those groups, there are so many people in there who can help you during times when not everyone is going to help you, but there are really good people out there in the community, and I recommend that be at least part of a community, because there are times you'll need the community.
Thank you so much, Fanny. Fian is one of she's a woman in fintech, one of the tech sectors that I can say that they like have more females compared to other sectors that have males. So how have you found the tech space, especially in like just Kenya alone? How have you found it?
Yeah, thank you. I really like what my panelists have said, that they don't have this victim mentality where it's like, oh, it's been so horrible for a woman. It's actually been amazing. And, the women are owning their space and their power. Even if I'm one woman out of 10, it's not a bad thing. It's good, and I'll invite more women, really taking it as a positive thing. My experience has been similar. It's been incredible. I think the biggest challenge for me was discovering where in tech I fit. And I went through a very tumultuous start because of that. Because everyone assumes tech is coding.
Yeah.
Yeah, and anything that's not coding is not tech. And so I tried coding, and my God, I was stressed. So I really did not like coding at all. I salute and respect developers so much, because that's a fantastic job, fantastic talent. And so what I learned in the process of that is really stepping into your area of genius. Even if you look at Sabrina there, you can tell her area of genius is people, and product management has enabled her to step into that area. If your area of genius is solving problems, you'll be an excellent developer. So really soul search. Don't start Googling which roles will give me the most money. Start here and see where is my area of genius, because that's where you'll make the most money, because you'll be very fantastic at that. So I think, that has been my biggest challenge. But other than that, it's been a really good journey.
All right, thank you so much. You can stay with the microphone. So each one of us mentioned that, from what we mentioned about how we found the tech space, each one of us mentioned something about encountering a couple of challenges. So what have you done to make it easy for someone else coming after you? What have you done to make the tech space easy for someone who's coming after you?
That's a very good. I think that was the birth of the young techies, the community I started, because I struggled so much to find where I fit. I hoped that I would create a place where people would see that, oh, I belong here as well. You know, when you see Sabrina's journey, you're like, actually, I want to do exactly that. So that I created Young Techies from that, because I could see there's no space where stories about different roles are being told. Now there are more, and I really salute those spaces. So yeah, I created the world I wanted to see. Yeah.
That's nice. So, Fanny, what have you done to make the open source community space easy for the people that are coming after you? I know there are people here who want to be open source contributors, web developers just like you. So, what have you done?
One of the things that I have done and still doing is teaching. There are a couple of boot camps where I participate in teaching basics of web development. And then besides that, I do write. I'll be giving a talk about writing maybe later today. I write a lot of things about the tools that I use in case someone has a challenge with that particular tool. You can find out some of my writings about it. I write about the challenges I face so that maybe when someone is facing the same challenge, they can find a solution. I also do mentor. I have one-on-one mentorship. My mentorship program has been basically for the girls that I previously teach, like those who are trying to maybe find their career path. As she mentioned, it's very tough to figure out where you really want to belong. So I do that as well. And then occasionally I do upload tutorials on YouTube for some basic stuff that I do in tech. And I write newsletters as well. I have a weekly newsletter for the community that I share. You can follow up on LinkedIn and subscribe to it. It's called Coding Clues. So I'll just give some simple clues on software engineering, basically.
Wow, well done. I think every lady here has to subscribe to Fanny's newsletter so that you don't get to miss out. So Sabrina, what have you done after identifying all the challenges the tech community in IO was facing? What have you done to make it easy for the freshers there? What have you done?
Okay. So for me, what I do really to help the next person in line be introduced in tech, I leverage on two things: community building and storytelling. And I think most of them, what they are talking about gets back into stories. She also tells stories on her channel. I think sometimes people say, get a mentor, but they make it look like you're just going to be walking on the road and then you see a person and you're like, oh, her hair, she looks like she can be my mentor. But it doesn't work like that, yeah? It doesn't. How we find our mentors is through observing them, their life. So basically, if you are a very knowledgeable and resourceful person, what you're going to do to help a person out there is open up your world for them to see. Allow them see you through probably your words, through how you present yourself to them. So I always make sure that I share my stories, yeah? And I always make sure that if anyone sees my story and reaches out, I give them the attention that they deserve. And it doesn't have to be even a newsletter. It doesn't have to be like a YouTube channel, because if you have already so many things you're working on, you could fail there, yeah? So you don't have to be limited. It could be as simple as just your status. Can you openly share to because for me, on a daily, I have 500 people that see my statuses. It's overwhelming like that. And all those are people I have chose to use my WhatsApp as a change-making platform for what? For me. What I share, I always have an audience I know is looking out for what? For it. And they always reach out. Because sometimes not everyone is going to know what's happening around the world or something. But us who have the opportunity to be part of communities like Paycon, be part of communities like GDSC, that's how you introduce the others. If I post that today I'm at, Innovation Village for the women tech makers, I already have so many people asking me how they can be part of the what? of the community. And that's how I've been like, using. And then it gets also deep into like the whole community development aspect. I always make sure to work on projects that bring young people in tech entrepreneurship. At university, I worked on an undergraduates talent and tech expo, where I worked on it like alone and attracted over 450 university students, took them through an 8-week curriculum from the stage of ideation, business development, basically getting their market, getting ready for the market. And it was very exciting. And at the end of the day, we had like an expo where we partnered with different companies, and those young people are still existing in my life. And the beauty of working on projects like that, it's because you've touched those 450, students, but they also have people connected to them. So it's like a very long chain, yeah? So if I don't initiate a program or a project, I'm going to work on a program that does the same thing, like Technovation. Recently, I'm working with them under their community developers program. It's a company based in Los Angeles, and it has it's the biggest tech educating program for girls, with over, I can't even say the numbers, so many young girls that are brought in tech. And I've been like one of like their highest like performers. You know how she was saying, the beauty of working on a product is seeing people actually adopting it. So one of like Technovation success stories is me. And they always make sure to bring me on board. So they have given me access to even young people like across the world from different countries. I get to mentor them one-on-ones. And it's so humbling, because I was also touched by people who offered to give me their time. So giving it other people is truly, truly exciting and humbling.
And that's really amazing, Sabrina. So Sharon, as a community manager space here at Tech, how have you tried to make the tech space easy for the people coming after you?
I think when I was getting into tech, mostly when someone is getting started, you'll be alone. I think maybe people can relate. Maybe you're starting in tech and the friends around you won't be in tech, so you're almost alone. And I remember that time there were no many tech communities in Kenya. Maybe the communities were there, but you, assuming there is someone in Mbarara and they are not in this school, they don't know that there is a GDSC community, but they have learned I can get started in maybe web development. So you're that one person, and when you go to a platform like Twitter, you want to know whom I can follow in tech. So what I did from that place was following the tech community in Nigeria and maybe those in the US, and you're just seeing what they're doing, and it's like you're emulating them, you're just sharing your journey and being there. So that was 2020 for me, and by 2021, I'm starting to have many Kenyans on my network. And I think after 1 year, someone reaches out and says, why don't we start a tech community? So this is how I end up being in a community and being part of the leads. And with this, you just try, share your journey, and if someone reaches out to you, you try, respond to them. If it's something you're not familiar with, you refer them to another person who is right for that. So with all this, you find that when you're in a tech community, you're not the one doing everything, but at least you're giving an input. And over time, you're bringing in feedback, reaching out to people, doing all that. And at the end of the day, you're trying to make impact. And you know that this is not the only community. There is another community. And if we try and coexist, many people will benefit. So with all this, we tried to do open source. It didn't work. But you find that when you do a project and it fails, you look for a solution to it. So we opted to work on a mentorship platform called Mentalist. And with Mentalist now, it's still young, but we just invite people, let's say the people in this panel, we tell them, why don't you create a profile on Mentalist and set some days that will be available. And then we encourage more mentees to join the platform and now come pick a session with any of these available mentors. And we are hoping that it will be something that will help more people.
Oh, that's amazing. Someone here is asking a question. We're going to have it during the Q&A session. So as we come close to the end of this panel, what are the pillars that, it can be one, it can be two, it can be three, what are those things you've stood by and you're like, if it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have made it out of tech. If I wasn't patient, I wouldn't have made it out of tech. What are those strong pillars you've stood by while in tech and you think they have brought you this far?
I think mostly in tech, there is that sense of curiosity. You want to try something, but you're scared. For example, I finished school, I'm supposed to look for a job, but now this idea of getting into tech comes in play, and I feel somehow guilty because I have a kid, and it means if I don't get a job, it's my parents who will continue providing for me and the kid. So I think that curiosity and having people who believe in you really helps, because now these people tell you, if you have seen that, if you get into tech and after a couple of years or months, this thing is going to be rewarding, and these people tell you just go for what your instincts tell you, because assuming you've been learning front end and you realize cloud might be something I can explore, and here you're telling yourself, I have limited time, maybe if I could continue with front end, I could get a role. But on the other side, there is this thing inside you telling you, what if I try this? So I think that thing, that self-doubt inside you, try to believe it, and also try to talk with people. Because most of us in tech are somehow shy, so we'll tend to keep everything to ourselves. But I say thank you to a platform like Twitter, because I can just go there, share my mind, and just go. And then someone reaches out to you, for example, today, and tells you, come become a speaker here. For my personality, I would easily shy away from the opportunities that have come in tech, but I always tell myself, let me just take up this opportunity. Whatever happens, happens. But at least those trying, you take up an opportunity, it's not paid or so. There are a lot of opportunities that can come your way. You take up an opportunity and you don't know the people whom you'll touch or what can come to you out of that. So I would say curiosity, taking up opportunities, trying to share with people, and this is how you'll get to network. And eventually someone will refer you to something.
All right, I hope we are taking notes. So Sabrina, what are those strong pillars you've stood by while navigating the tech space?
So for me, I'm going to say three things that are sort of interconnected. And one is adversity, which is truly, at the face of it, it sounds like a very bad thing and unfortunate. And oh, you're so unlucky to grow up lacking and whatnot. But eventually, it worked out for like the best for me. And I'll explain how. And secondly, from adversity, I think people have been like a very great resource when it comes to me. And I try to also work very hard to make sure that I leverage the power people have. People have power. And I think understanding and knowing that also makes me feel like I'm power itself. And I want to like share that power with what? With the world. Because if there was a human being that touched my hand when I was feeling like I'm lost, and they managed in just like a twinkle of an eye, make me feel like I can make it, that means I also have the same, power to do that to another person. And of course, what comes with, having people around you that make you see yourself, that make you feel heard, that make you feel like they are there for you, what it does is that it comes with another effect, yeah? You now start having a sense of like growth, self-discovery, because you don't want to disappoint all these people, yeah? You feel like it's not about you. Like you start growing in like a connection where everything is connected. You're connected to even the last person that you will never think of. So I like to look at life like that and to look at myself like that. If I'm working on something right now, it's not just for me. I'm building it for the next person in the next generation. And I want to make sure that I give it my best, so that if they reach that point and they are to make use of it, it's really like an easy way to go for them. So what happens when you grow up from adversity, grow up from lacking? I think it challenges you to not be comfortable. It makes you, it limits you from options. You don't have so many options. So you have to work very hard. Of course, some people choose to look at it like, oh, I'm unlucky. Oh, the government has to do something for me to do better. Or it's my parents' fault. But then being like a person who is already determined, you know that it's not anyone's fault. And regardless of who you are, where you come from, you all have potential to become whatever that you want to do, to become. So what I do, one strategy I use to become, even from adversity, is first of all to work backwards. Working backwards means that I'm seeing I want to build that startup, right? Or I want to work with Google. But at the moment, I don't know anyone who is at Google. I've never even, I don't even know an office at Google. But in the smallest means, what I can access here as me as Sabrina, how can I leverage on that? And hopefully step by step it does what? It takes me there. For example, I badly wanted to work with the Innovation Village, but I had just come in Kampala. I didn't know anyone at all. So working backwards, I was like, okay, I don't know anyone, but I really want to work with that company. So I started now strategizing. Okay, let me first of all make sure that I attend all the events that they do that they have. After attending them, let me make sure that I'm participating actively. Even offer to volunteer. Guys, I have volunteered for the last 10 years of my life. I started doing this work in senior one also. That's when I was introduced to Technovation, and I've worked for free, guys. But all the payments probably that I wanted then, they have all come at one time, and when I didn't even expect it. Probably then I would be begging these
I got my first job through a community, through a
Wow.
referral from someone I met in a community. Secondly, I would say this one is specifically for those who are coding, not generally tech. I don't know how it feels for others, but sometimes when you're coding, it feels lonely. So there also the community can come in, and then in that scenario you feel lonely. I feel like that is where, for me, a mentor works best. And thirdly, being open-minded. Be open-minded and just roll with a goal, because I feel like if you stick to a certain mindset, things might not fall into place so easily. You have opens up opportunity for you.
Yeah, I think I'm one of those people who can actually testify that sharing with the world actually makes a difference. I've personally shared a lot of content on my YouTube channel, and trust me, it has taken me places that I cannot mention. I've met a couple of people through that. I met Fian through that last year. So trust me, sharing what you know with the world can take you very far. So Fian, what are those pillars that have helped you navigate the tech space?
Wow, I've learned so much from the panel before me. And I think what the pillars that I have are very similar to everyone else here. And the number one would be openness. I want you guys to write down a concept called Johari window concept.
Johari window concept.
Yeah, Johari window concept. And then you'll read about it later on. But I learned about this concept a while back, and the premise of the Johari window concept is the more you open yourself up to the world, the easier it is to reach your potential. Yes. Johari, Johari, Johari window concept. The more you open yourself up to the world, the easier it is you'll get to your potential. And it's exactly what everyone has said here. When I started sharing, when I started talking, when I started doing X and Y, when you put yourself outside into the world for criticism, for whatever it is, you then start getting closer to your potential. I think that's one of the critical pillars for me. When I started putting myself out there, you then can see things starting to show up, even jobs, even opportunities. I am a big advocate for that. So I think one, putting yourself out there, and I know people are usually skeptical because I don't know much, but that's the point. You learn as you're sharing. Even me, I didn't know anything. I was learning in public as I was sharing. So I think that's number one. Connect, ask, reach out, learn, share, all of that. Very important. And then number two, I would say, as she said, learning constantly, having a growth mindset. Just because you got your good job doesn't mean you stop learning. Really invest in books, resources. I read product management books a lot, and videos, because the tech world is consistently evolving. So invest time into learning more. And then finally, I would say having agency. I think my fellow panelists have spoken about this briefly. You can either sit there and say, you know, there are no jobs, you need jobs for connection, you need connections to get jobs. Oh God, it's so tough. Have agency over your life. Agency means I am the author of my story. Fine, you've gotten rejected 10 times. Okay, try again. You know, don't get stuck in a narrative of victim mentality. Some things can be tough, I understand. Cry about it, but get up and try something else. You know, exactly what you guys are doing. Coming here means you have agency over your career. You want to learn. So really, anytime you step into a victim mindset, you start complaining, you start saying, you know, things are tough. Sure, you can vent to your best friend, but then try and, you know, do something about it. I think those 3 pillars have been very critical.
Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you for all that you've shared. We're now going to open the panel to anyone that has a question, and it will be answered. But if you have a question, I feel like maybe you're shy, then the speakers will be here and you can approach them individually and ask them. So we are now opening the panel to questions. The first question here online is from Katongo Lebil, and he says, what are the best tech projects you've all made, like each one of us, and how do you think you would make money out of those projects? So I'm going to assign this question to Sharon. So what are those projects you've worked on, and how have you been able to make money out of them?
I think the best project, I'll talk about that, the Mentalist project. And the reason I'm saying this is because it's a mentorship project and I've been working on it. Now people are using it. So it's that bigger question of how will you make money out of this? It's a bit difficult because in the real sense, the mentees are, let's say, people who don't have experience in tech. It means they don't have money. And at the same time, you want them to get impact, to learn from the mentors who have volunteered to come to the platform and given their time. So with this project, right now, we are not making any money out of it, but hoping to think about how to make money out of it. In terms of my personal projects, there is no personal project that I monetize. I can say the only way I'm earning out of these projects is having built those projects. It has given me a chance to work for different companies. So I learned, let's say, that full stack web development and ended up working on a role. And I also learned blockchain development and ended up working for a company. So I feel like there are people whom are in tech, build their projects and go into freelancing. There are those who build projects with the ambition of making money out of it. So it depends. Like, it's not a must that you build a project today and have it pay you. It depends with what inspires you. Do you want to work on a project to earn from it? Do you want to work on a project to build a portfolio out of it to work for other people? Or do you want to work on a project to get funding out of it?
All right, interesting. So any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Good afternoon. This is Happy. My question is, I'll ask her. You said you're not good at coding. What do you do to this girl who chooses you to be her mentor? Her direction is Android development.
I think as a mentor, my job may not necessarily be to teach you Android development. It could help you in other ways. For example, I could provide a resource to great Android developers, because I have had mentees who are developers, but I don't mentor them in that sense where I do Android development, so I'll connect them to my network of great Android developers, and then we'll walk a different journey with that mentee. Yeah, and even the same goes to you guys when you mentor people in like 2-3 years, or even, yeah. So you can always mentor someone in different ways. Yeah.
Any other question, ladies? Yes, Montu has a question.
They say, did you say ladies? Thank you. I'm also Nawaine, and my question goes to the one who is doing open source. Like, how do you get started in that field? What do you have to be knowing to start contributing? As in, you have to be so good at maybe coding to start contributing in open source field. Thank you.
All right. Contributing to open source is normally not always about coding. Unfortunately, we had the panel before I share my story, but I hope when I have my talk, you'll have to get the idea. But you can contribute to open source through being part of the community. For example, we have Oscar, Kampala, Open Source Africa, Open Source Nairobi, Open Source, which are there are very many chapters across Africa. You can be part of that. Secondly, there is a website called, I'm forgetting the name. Probably you'll reach out to me later on so I can share some resources with you. On that website, you're able to find different open source projects based on your skills. So if you want to be a community lead, if you want to just do documentation, if you want to write code, or if you're a designer, you want to be part of the graphics design team, you choose based on your skills, and then it will suggest for you the different projects that need your help. And then also you can navigate through GitHub and look for good first issues and see in the skills that you have what project you can contribute to. I hope that answers your question.
All right, we are going to have one more last question, then we can go for another session. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Janet Twewaze, and I was recently introduced to the Innovation Village, and I've started like it. My question goes to you. My question goes to that lady. You've said that you do tech and you do write at the same thing. Yeah, myself, I'm also into writing, like crazy, like narratives and everything concerning writing. But as you have been saying that, when you find that you have no support behind, like you're all alone, you don't know where to start from, like, can you do just as refer me or refer to anybody here to such digital platforms where we can share our stories, where we can share our writings, such that we can have that community you're talking about?
Okay. Still, I'll have a session on technical writing. But if you're someone who writes, if you have a particular topic you're interested in, you can start writing in that topic. Now, free platforms, if you don't have, let's say you have $0 to start your writing journey, all you have is your knowledge and maybe your PC and your stories with you. Just write them down. You can use a website called Blogger, and you start just writing on a free blog and on a free domain to get your story out there. And then secondly, when you write, make sure you share your stories within the community you're in. And when you share, someone is going to pick interest. The more you share, the more reach you'll get, and the more people will pick interest in your story. So that's what you should do. And if you need any more guidance on that, feel free to talk to me after the writing session.
Okay, thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much, the ladies, the panelists. You're really amazing. We are now going to move out to the banner, have a group picture, then we can come inside for lunch.
Thank you very much once again. Ladies, let's give them a huge hand clap. So, this is what we are going to do. Lunch is ready, but before we have lunch, we shall first go out, take a group photo. Those of you that want to take photos, then we keep walking in as we get served and all that. So right now what we're going to do, we are all going to smartly move outside, starting with the panelists, of course. Yes, you are excused. Thank you very much. Yeah. And yeah, guys, I think we can follow through. Then we shall have lunch. So let's move out. Some music.
So, with Jetpack Compose, when we build our UI element, our UI for our application, we just use Kotlin function annotated with the composable annotation. So we call this function composables, and a composables can have which help us to tell to our UI elements how they should be arranged on the screen. So we have column to align items vertically on the screen. We also have a row to align them in a horizontal way, and we also have box to put elements on top of each others. So sometimes you may need to have something unique for your application, which requires measuring and laying out elements in an original way and a creative one. So for that we can use what we call custom layout, and in Compose, custom layout give us the freedom to position and size elements on our screen, and we can build reusable component layout for our UI element. So we can even create more complex layouts for our Android applications. And before we start, before I show you how we can use custom layout in Compose, we need to have the knowledge of this concept, which is called compose phases. So in order to show an element on the screen, Compose used to do it through 3 phases. The first one is the composition. So in this phase, our Kotlin function are just called invoked, and they are added on a kind of tree. So we call it a UI tree. And after that, we have the layout phase. So a composable function can have a parent and may also have some children. So we need to tell the children how they should be positioned on the screen and how they should fit in the parent layout. So the parent layout try to measure its children and try also to measure its own size based on children's size, and finally it needs to place items in this layout. So to create a custom layout in Jetpack Compose, we just call the composable layout, and it have some parameters. So the first one is content, which represents children of our custom layout, and the second one is just a modifier. So in Compose, pretty much of all existing modifiers already existing composable have what we call a modifier parameter, And the last one is the most important, which we call measure policy. So we need to tell to the children how they should be measured and also placed on the screen. So let's see an example of how we can build a custom layout in Compose. The first one, we define our function, and after that we will call the layout function, which is by default in Compose. And if we call this function, we can replace the measure policy with what we call a trailing lambda. It is just a function which have braces, and these take two parameters. The first one is measurable, which represents all the children of the composable, the layout, and those are ready to be measured. So we need to define their size, their minimum and maximum size. And we also have constraints. So the constraint represents the parent constraint. So it means a composable on the screen have some constraint. It has like which can be the maximum size of this composable and the minimum size. So after having the measure scope, we should also have what we call a placement scope. So we create it by calling another function called layout also, and we tell it what can be its maximum size. So after that, we need to place our items in the layout. So we call the measure function on each items in the placeable list. So after that, we will have what we call placeables. We have elements which are ready to be placed on the screen, and so we need inside the layout function now to call those elements and place them on the screen. And for that, we will first need to track the X and Y position. So whatever development you are doing, you are creating a UI, it can be web development or mobile development. Each element on the screen have a position, and this position is represented by the main axis, which is the X, and the what we can call the cross line axis, which is Y. And we need to track them in order to tweak and to tell to each children how it should be positioned on the screen. So now we can call all our placeables items and just call the plus function and to pass the X and Y position. And after that, we can just pair with the position to tell the next element how it should be positioned on the screen. So we can just change the X and Y position. And if we build this UI, we can call it as a basic composable function, and it will look like the example here. So we'll just align our items in a diagonal way. And you may be wondering when we will need a custom layout in our Android application. So by default, most of the cases may be covered with the built-in composable like row, column, and box. But sometimes you will need to build something unique to your application, and we need to build a reusable, what we can call a reusable layout in order to reuse it even in your other application. So you can create very original and creative UI items for your application by using custom layout. And there is also some concept which may take too long to be described, but you should be aware of. So we can also use the layout. We can also create a custom layout by using what we call a compose modifier. So you need just to call a modifier function on the layout modifier function on your modifier and pass it to a composable function. And you can use it as a what we have saw before, the layout composable. And another concept is the subcompose layout, which is a very important concept when it comes to create like custom layout in Compose. So suppose that you have 1,000 items on your screen. You have to show 1,000 elements on your screen, but all them can fit in the screen at the same time. So you don't need to compose all them at the first, like when you show the UI, you will compose all the 1,000 elements, but you don't show them on the screen. This may be kind of losing some resources. So you will need to compose only items that will be visible on your screen. So you can use the subcompose layout, which will just okay, will just compose visible items. So we'll just show and create visible item and wait for the other ones when you will scroll. So it will compose next composable on scrolling. And so, is there any question or something? That's all for what I wanted to share with you today.
So thank you for the presentation. Though my question is, how, like, I didn't understand what is compost in the first place. Is it like composer? Yeah, in the first place, is it like, how I would say, okay, maybe, is it like, I would say maybe React, which is a framework for thingy.
Okay.
Then is it, you talked about using it for UIs, but what, is it like, are you using it to like create, I didn't really get, like the rest I can, but I just didn't get I would say the bigger picture.
Yeah, that's a really good question. She wants to know what really is compose because it may seem like React, right? But you don't get like what is really compose, Jetpack compose. Okay. Okay, yeah. So Compose is what we call a UI toolkit, a tool which makes us able to create UI elements on an Android application. So it is not something we can use like in Figma, but you use it, you create it by coding with Kotlin, a programming language. So you use it to create your UI for your application, for your Android application. Get it? Thank you.
Any other question? There is no other question, so I can ask you guys a question. uh, any other question?
Wait. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Yves. Let's give Yves a big hand clap. Thank you for sparing time and coming to give us this talk. Just wait for me here a minute. Sumaya, wherever you are, we just have a token that we have to give you, and yeah, just an appreciation token to say thank you. And yeah, guys, I hope you've now known that yes, you can develop faster with Kotlin, basically using Composer when designing your UIs, right? Yes, so at least I know that you've gotten the gist of it. Sumaya.
Yves, for those of us who might not know, he's actually from Congo. He traveled all the distance to just come and share Android knowledge with us. He's a Google developer expert, and I think I served at the same time with him, 2021, 2022. And thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much. So next we are going to have another very big man, but he's short. He's short but a big person. So I guess you all know the shortest person we have. You guys, have you guys ever seen a Mukonjo? Yeah, these guys are used to heat. I know heat makes people die, but I don't know how this one is brown. How that happened, we are going to question it. But guys, we are going to, let's invite our community lead for the Google developers community here in Mbarara. That is none other than Weasley. Weasley, the man from Kavale, very short guy. Guys, hand clap as he comes up.
You guys, good afternoon. Well, just for the record, I come from Congo, so Yves is my brother. We are all from Congo, so. Oh, yeah. You guys don't believe that? Okay, so My name, Kambale, is a name from the people or the language called Nande from Eastern Congo. Don't worry. Okay, so we share a language with people in Eastern Congo, the people from Kasese. We share the same culture. Just like you would see the Bafumbira with the Banyarwanda, they share similar cultures. Okay, what do we have, Alan Paul? All right, so I'm going to be talking about Keras today. How many of you have heard about Keras? Wow, 2 people? All right, how many of you have heard about machine learning? Let's start from the basics. Machine learning, good. How many of you have heard about deep learning? Okay, so if you heard about machine learning, it means you've heard about things like scikit-learn, pandas, numpy, and matplotlib, and seaborn. That is machine learning, okay? But then if you've heard about deep learning, then you've heard about TensorFlow, you've heard about Keras, you've heard about PyTorch, and recently we have JAX. And I'll be talking about them because they are related to Keras. So, what is Keras? Before I get into Keras, with Keras 3, we have these components, the multi-backend capability, the unified distribution API, and we'll see how we are using Keras 3 in computer vision and natural language processing, okay? So, about the multi-backend part of Keras. So what is Keras? Keras is simply a high-level deep learning library that we use to build our machine learning models. But instead of using normal machine learning algorithms, when it comes to Keras, we build what we call neural networks. A neural network is just simply trying to mimic how the human brain works, okay? How as a human you sit down and identify things, process information, is what we try to complete or try to do when it comes to Keras. And Keras is open source and an industry standard, so if you're going to go into deep learning, you're not going to escape using Keras because it's being widely used, okay? And it is open source. That means you can contribute to it, you can make it better. When you use it to build your models, you're not going to pay for it. We have about 2.5 million developers that are using it worldwide. And this number is increasing with the onset of Keras 3. So for the past 4 years, that is from Keras 2 up to now Keras 3, Keras has only been supporting TensorFlow as its only backend. And I will show you what it means, TensorFlow being a backend for Keras. But that has changed last year in September when we had Keras 3. And now it means Keras 3 supports more than one backend. And what are those backends? We have now TensorFlow as the main and major backend. We have PyTorch. PyTorch is developed by Facebook, okay? We have JAX. JAX is also developed by Google, TensorFlow by Google, Keras by Google, and then NumPy. All right, so for people who have been using NumPy, you can still use NumPy on top of Keras. You can still do your TensorFlow with Keras. If you've been doing PyTorch, you can still do it with Keras. So for us to have Keras 3, we had to have a full rewrite of Keras. They had to rewrite it to be able to support these backends. Like I said, we now have support for TensorFlow, JAX, PyTorch, and NumPy. And we've had some drop-in replacements for things like tf.keras. So places where you'd write your code and you say tf.keras, it meant that you're using TensorFlow as your backend, and then you're pointing to Keras. And now because Keras 3 is open to each backend that we have, you can no longer use tf.keras. So now you have to use keras openly as it is, because as you write it, it will expect any sort of back end. If you write tf.keras, you're limiting it to only TensorFlow. So now you have to write keras. And we now have the accelerated linear algebra. That is the part of XLA. That is accelerated linear algebra compilation, which has been default in TensorFlow and JAX, but it's also coming down to PyTorch. So how do you start off with using Keras 3 as the latest version? If you're on a command line, this is just the code that you need to use. So you can always export any backend here that you want. You can tell your command line that right now I want to use TensorFlow, right now I want to use PyTorch, right now I want to use JAX. If you're in Google Colab, for the people who use Google Colab, this is how you specify the backend that you're going to be using, okay? So when you look at this code, and don't mind about the font size of these slides, I will show you a QR code to get the slides so that you can look closely. But you can imagine that this is the code we've been writing, and we wrote it only to be used with TensorFlow. But now this same code can run with PyTorch and JAX. So which means for the code that you've been writing, there is less that you need to change, okay? So that means anyone can write any sort of code for deep learning, and you'll be able to enjoy the capabilities that we have. So for instance, you can now develop your cross-framework components, okay? For instance, if you want to do matrix multiplication, okay? If you want to do matrix multiplication, we've been doing tf.multmul. This is matrix multiplication. For people using JAX, they will do jax.numpy.multmul. Then people doing PyTorch, and then the people doing NumPy. So this would be back-end specific, all right? But now all this has been replaced with operations.mult, okay? So it makes it easy across any sort of back-end for you, okay? And then it means that Keras has been with models. So Keras has all those pre-trained models. It has all those layers that enable you to create your neural networks. It has all these loss functions and metrics, getting the accuracy, getting the precision, the F1 score, the recall. All these functions are now available to anyone who's been doing PyTorch. Because if you are writing your own PyTorch, you'd have to struggle doing your own models, doing your own layers, doing your own loss functions and metrics that are specific to PyTorch, okay? But now you have the ability to use everything that Keras has, because PyTorch now feeds from Keras, okay? You can even now develop your own custom components, okay? You no longer have to use the predefined functions. For instance, as I will show you later, most of us, when we try to do machine learning and you want to, say, create a simple neural network, we would say model.sequential. That means you're using the sequential API. Or we would use the functional. If you're an expert, you would use the functional API. Now you no longer have to do that. The ability you have now is that you can actually sit down and write your own function. Define it the way you want, and all you have to do is do a callback to that function. Those people who have written Python functions and classes, you know that you can write a class and then provide a callback for that class, okay? So now you have that ability. You don't have to be limited by what has been defined in the sequential API, all right? It also means that you can still write your own back-end specific components, okay? If you're using TensorFlow, you can use your own logic to achieve a goal. If you're using PyTorch, do your own logic, and Keras will be able to integrate with it. Still, you can also write some seamless integration with back-end native workflows, okay? You're coming from a field of TensorFlow, and that's what you've been doing for your back end. But now you want to use Keras, okay? So if you've been writing low-level JAX code, okay, you can now write your own training loop, and on top of it, it will use a Keras model. You can now use these optimizers, you can use the gradient descent, you can use the Python maps, okay? If you've been writing low-level TensorFlow code, still you can do the same, the gradient tape and the TensorFlow distribution. If you've been writing low-level PyTorch code, still you can do the same. PyTorch comes with different optimizers like Adam and RMS op. You can also use your PyTorch loss functions, okay? So you have two options. If you're doing PyTorch, you can still use your usual models, your usual layers, your usual loss functions. But if you want to do much more work, you can still use the Keras models, the Keras layers, the Keras loss functions. So if you're going to train your model and you realize that by using, for instance, a PyTorch loss function doesn't do your model justice, you're able to substitute it with a loss function that comes from Keras, okay? If you've been using the PyTorch optimizer like Adam W, that's how they differentiate it, Adam W, and you'd be like, no, it's not optimizing my model the way I want it to be. You now simply remove the W and say Adam. So now the Adam becomes the optimizer for Keras, okay? So you have that ability to now change your models. So this is how, for instance, you can use the model.fit. So model.fit is how we train our models. That's how everyone does it. You write your logic, and then when you want to train your model, you say model.fit. But now, like I said, you have the ability to write a whole function or a whole class that is going to modify how .fit works for you, okay? Before, .fit only takes few parameters. It takes the data, takes the epochs, takes the validation data, and that's it. But now you can expand those parameters by writing them in your own function, and then by the time you call model.fit down here, you've expanded its ability, okay? So you can do that both in PyTorch, you can do that in TensorFlow. And for JAX, that will be coming very soon. So when we talk about these things, you're like, all right, does it mean that if I was a beginner, I now have to switch? Or if I was already doing these things, how do I switch? What is the progressive learning curve if you want to switch from Keras 2 to Keras 3? Now, most of us are on this level of deep learning, right? We've been using model.sequential. If you want to use the sequential API. We've been using model.fit if you want to train your model. This is what we have most of us in our notebooks. And that is a beginner level, which is all right. And now you can now progress to being an intermediate machine learning engineer by using the functional API, okay? And then you can draw, put in your callbacks to the functions that you've written. If you want to adverse, you can now write your own custom layers, okay? So with the sequential API, you're limited in the number of custom layers, of the layers that you can write, okay? You're going to use the existing layers that are available for you. Same happens with the functional API. But as you adverse, you can write and define how your own layers of training your model are going to look like. And also you can do your own custom training steps. If you're an expert, you can do what we call subclass models. So subclassing comes from functional API. Subclassing means you can now write multiple functions and then try to put them together to have an expanded and more efficient model. So you don't have to worry of how do I switch from Keras 2 to Keras 3. There is a progressive curve of how you can approach these things, okay? So You can also choose how you want to input your data. So remember, when we build machine learning models, we build them based on data. And how we've been feeding that data, it has always been, if you want to use Keras, you would only feed your data using probably TF datasets. So you'd pick from TF datasets, or you'd pick from Keras datasets. That has only been the only support that we had. Your database always has to be on Keras, or it has to be on the TensorFlow hub. That was it. But now, we have the opportunity to even be able to use the data loader from NumPy. Okay? So we can now pick data from multiple sources or in multiple ways. We can also now use pandas data frames. Okay? For people who have done machine learning, we've been using pandas data frames, but they will be able, would be able to access such kind of data using things like scikit-learn. Keras would not accept data that comes from pandas data frames. But now that ability has been put in Keras 3. Okay? That means you can have your data set, load it using pandas, and then Keras will be able to work with it. Next we have, so the question is now, why Keras? Why you need to adopt Keras instead of writing low-level code? Okay? Let's say you've been writing your PyTorch, you've been writing your TensorFlow. What comes with Keras, especially now that we have Keras 3? The thing is, you're now able to pick any backend that you want to maximize performance of your model. Like I've said, you would be writing your low-level PyTorch code, and then you realize that, oh, the loss function I've written here is not going to be efficient. You can immediately switch to any Keras loss function. If you've been using an optimizer that is available for TensorFlow, you can be like, no, it's not giving me the results that I need. I need to switch to any Keras optimizer. And also this happens vice versa. If you had already used a Keras optimizer and you realize it's not doing the work you need to do, you can switch the back end and put the one for TensorFlow or the one for PyTorch. Okay? And then also, we are trying to maximize the available ecosystem. So for a very long time, we've had people wedging between PyTorch and TensorFlow. What do I do? Do I go for PyTorch? Do I go for TensorFlow? Some people would tell you PyTorch is only and only good and efficient for research. So where does that put the people who want to build things? They would run to TensorFlow. And when they run to TensorFlow, it means they would not do research because it's not good for research. So now you have the ability to say, when I want to build and deploy my models into production, I should use TensorFlow. When I want to switch over to do research, I should use PyTorch. So you have that whole ecosystem. You no longer have to switch to this and that for you to learn things differently. All you have to do is optimize, use the available models that we have. So you can use, for instance, the TensorFlow saved model functions. If you want to do TensorFlow serving, you can use the PyTorch modules, you can use the JAX functions and all that. But also, like I just said, you can also maximize data source availability. It means now you can pick data from multiple sources. If you are doing Keras 2, you are limited to getting data from Keras datasets. If your dataset is not available on the Keras site, then you don't do machine learning or deep learning with Keras. If your dataset was not available on the TensorFlow hub, it means you would not do what you need to do. But now with Keras 3, it means I can go and pick a dataset using NumPy. I can pick a dataset using pandas, and I will supply that to any backend that is available to me. So it means now I have a large pool to pick data from. And we have what we call the future-proof stability. So with introducing these multiple backends for Keras, we are creating what we call stability. So you no longer have to fear that because I've been doing PyTorch, I need to learn something else. No, just do what you continue to do. If you've been doing TensorFlow, do TensorFlow. There's no need for you to learn something afresh. So for the people who are doing Thieno in 2016, when they introduced TensorFlow 1, they were able to get it for free. When we got TensorFlow 1 in 2019, and then migrated to TensorFlow, it means you got both Keras and TensorFlow for free. But now we have Keras, which is being built on top of TensorFlow 2, and you get JAX and PyTorch for free. Okay? So Keras keeps getting better, and as it gets better and larger, it stabilizes and becomes the industry standard. So there's no way you can no longer say, I'm going to do my PyTorch alone. No. Do your PyTorch, but settle on Keras. Do your TensorFlow, settle on Keras. So with also Keras comes what we call the distribution API. So with Keras 2, we only had two APIs, the sequential API and the functional API. So the sequential API, you would have to write a single line or one layer, one sequence of layers. That's what we call sequential. So your layers would be in some sort of one line, and they are connected to each other in a form of a sequence. When you write functional APIs, you customize and you're able to have so many layers interconnected. But all that has been put aside for one single API, which we call the distribution API. And how this works is that you can have data parallelism, you can have model parallelism, so you can have multiple models on different machines integrated and working together. While before, if you wrote one sequential API, you would have to use that model on that machine. It was more like putting one model in a sandbox. So it cannot operate outside that sandbox. But now we say with the distribution API, if you've done or you know about distributed systems, it means you can have a system here, and then connect them together. So it's the same thing that is happening. That if you have data on, let's say 4 machines, you can now connect that data together and still train your model. Or if you've trained your model and deployed it, it means that model can still feed from data that is coming from multiple machines. The same thing applies to models. You can deploy a model on one machine and another on one machine, and then connect them together to give you efficient work. So I've talked about this. You can distribute your model weights across all devices. You can split your model weights or activation testers across all devices. And all you have to do is use the device mesh to bring them all together. Okay? So this is how you use the data parallelism. If you want to pick data from different devices, this is how you pick models, connect models from different machines and connect them together to have a more efficient model. And also you can do specify some sharding, or you can replicate your model across different devices or machines. So this is the same combined together. So now you can do lightweight data parallel or model parallel distribution APIs. And so the sharding property is now available in JAX. It will be available for PyTorch and Keras in the coming months or maybe a year. And so you can also now distribute your models across multiple machines, okay? We've had a challenge with Keras 2. If you trained a Keras model with Keras 2, you cannot deploy it on CPUs, okay? Because at that point, Keras was built to work on GPUs and TPUs. So you would have to convert your model from being a Keras model to a TensorFlow Lite model, and then you deploy it in your Android application. If you want to use it in web, you would have to do your model as Keras, but then convert it to a TensorFlow.js model for it to work on web. But that has been changed with the introduction of Keras 3. It means you can now develop your Keras 3 model, and it will still run in web, it will still run on devices. And these are the applications where we are using now this Keras 3 in natural language processing. So Keras 3 comes with improved pre-trained models. So pre-trained models means that you no longer have to go and train your model from scratch. Google and the companies and people that contribute to Keras, because it's open source, have trained these models, okay? You know that you can use chat GPTs, okay? You can get access to GPTs through APIs. You can get access to Gemma. So from Gemini, it's now called Gemma. You can use it because it's been pre-trained, okay? So all these pre-trained models, Stable Diffusion, if you want to generate images from text, we have YOLO if you want to do object detection, but this is for large language models from Google. So all these are available to you, okay? And then we have, so this is how, for instance, you can write Hello World using Keras NLP, that is for natural language processing. This is how you do it with computer vision. And so, as I conclude, I like to use this quote from Robert John, who is a GDE for machine learning and Google Cloud. He insists and always says that machine learning is the future. So if you're seated here and you don't want to adopt machine learning, sorry, when we meet some problems, we'll come back and find you in the Stone Age era. But for us, we are moving to the technological era, which is being driven by machine learning. So with that, these are the Keras 3 examples. If you want to try all these examples in natural language, in computer vision, in image segmentation and stable diffusion, there are quite a number of examples that are employing or using Keras 3. So with that, thank you. I'll get like 2 or 3 questions, but in the meantime, as you ask your questions, you can scan this QR code and you'll get access to the slides. So if you want the slides, you can simply scan that and you'll get the slides. Questions? Any questions? Or you guys have understood everything I've said? No questions? Wow, interesting.
Everyone has either understood or no one understood anything.
Yes, and especially after that taken lunch. So they had to divide to one for eating, one for listening.
Yeah.
All right. But if no questions, thank you for listening in, and I hope you have a good day and you're able to apply this knowledge in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Wesley, before you go, I know you're part of the organizing committee, but I think we also have to bless you with something.
Really?
Yeah? Something
okay.
small. But if it's okay, if you don't want, I can accept it on your behalf.
No.
But yeah, thank you very much. Now we all know that with Keras 3, life becomes a little bit simpler. Yeah, it becomes simpler, right? Guys, it becomes simpler. Or we don't have machine learning engineers here. Do we have machine learning engineers in the building? How many are we?
2.
1, 2, 3. Okay, I understand now why we didn't have questions.
Yes.
Yeah, but Sumaya, please.
Now, on behalf of GDG Cloud, Mbarara, Women Tech Makers-Mbarara, thank you so much for serving the community, for not only being like a leader, but going ahead to show us and share knowledge with the community. We really appreciate.
All right.
All right, guys, how is the event so far? Are we okay? Are we enjoying? Are we having fun? Should we stop here? Should we continue? Huh? Is lunch doing its thing? Okay, guys, let's first stand up. Everyone, let's first stand up. Let's stand up, everybody. Up, 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 up. All right, so you're going to stretch a bit. I want us to stretch. Stretch freestyle, just stretch yourselves. Let's make sure that sleep is all gone. Make sure you're in the mood of receiving. Yeah? All right, so you can, let's take back our seats. So we have like only three more speakers. 3 speakers, yeah. So I just would love you guys to sit tight. That will be like probably 20 minutes each. Then we can call it a day. So next on stage, I'm going to invite none other than Edwin Nahabwe, who is a software engineer. He works with Global Auto System. He also works with Photo Kabada Limited. And yeah, this is a guy who has done great stuff. He has built a number of applications. He has done so many things in Mbarara district here. If you have a car and you've parked somewhere, this is the guy responsible for that system that keeps disturbing you. So if you have any questions, you'll come to him. Edwin, you're welcome.
Thank you, Alan. Wow. How are you guys doing? Hey, have guys been speaking sense? Or have been just... hey, it was sense, eh? Okay. So good to see all of you here. Quite a number of ladies and some guys. It's good for the guys to be here as well because they will speak to their ladies at home. If you don't have a lady, you have a sister or at least a seatmate at school or at least a mother. Yeah. My name is Nahabo Edwin. I'm a software engineer. On Sundays, I work in that office there. Photo Kabada Limited, which is a company that is building a phototherapy machine. We shall talk about that later. I also work with Global Auto Systems Limited as a software engineer. And I just survive, eh? Yeah. So I know you've had so many talks about Angular. How many of you guys loved Angular? You haven't had that talk yet. Crafting your first application in AngularJS. Okay, it's coming up, I think. You've also had things about Keras with Weasley, right? You had panel, at least people have talked about things to do with women in tech, right? And so my job in the next 15 minutes is to sort of elaborate the career opportunities and the challenges that especially women might experience in the tech business, right? The guys might experience them too, but these are mostly on the women's side. And by the end, you'll at least agree with some of them. You will know what to do with some of them. I'll just quickly start at challenges. Now, you know that it's interesting how at a Women's Day event, on International Women's Day, we have half of them as men, right? Don't you think so? Don't you guys feel bad? Yeah, if you walk into an IT class, 70% are men, right? If you walked into an IT firm, we are, at where I work, we have 11 staff, 2 of them are women. Yeah. At Photocabada here, however, we have, I think, 11 staff, 3 of us are guys. But in the field of IT, especially in software engineering and the like, it's most common that you will find that it is biased towards men. That one, let's agree. We are sorry, but we're fixing it. And then you have representation. When you look at the women tech leaders, how many women CEOs do you know? By show of hands. How many men are CEOs in tech businesses? If we invited 25 companies that are in IT, how many of them would send men to represent them? Quite many, right? Yeah, we also have somehow the scales are tipped against you because of the previous things, because I have 25 people and 2 of them are women. It sort of imbalances the equation towards the men's side, right? Towards our side. And then, of course, unequal pay, which cuts across every field, really, which I don't want to deny. I happen to be in management levels in some places, and I see that some things have gaps, right? It's not because we don't want to pay more money, but some things are the way they are. But this is step number 1 to fixing some of these things. Yeah. Now, on the bright side, what can you as a woman or you as a guy tell your girlfriend to do in IT? Surprisingly, these are the same things we do. Women can be software engineers. I've told you we have 3 guys at Photocabada, but we have women software engineers. I have worked with women designers, and they have worked out. Software engineers are guys who are in charge of building software, building applications, machine learning people, etc. You've seen some of them here, and you know you've seen them. Yeah, you can go into data science, which means you're into machine learning, and data science is really just extracting important facts from useless data. You go to a hospital, and they give you records for the last 35 years, document format, and you give them, you say, in the last 25 years, you've had 75 million cases of pneumonia, which they didn't know. That's something you could do. Cybersecurity. There are guys who are in charge of making sure your systems are safe. For example, I know Apple pays about $1 million for somebody who is able to hack into an iPhone. That could be you. Yeah. You could be a person who is in charge of, say, a banking system that you make sure that nobody is trying to move money. You could also do UX and UI design. I think women excel at this. Because, for example, quick question. Guys, what color is this? 3 guys, what color is this? Right, just give me a random answer. Don't wait, what color is this? Guys, navy blue? Huh? What? Navy blue. Another guy? Yes? Navy blue. And the ladies, what color is this? What color is this? Navy blue, Yeah, for the first time we agree. But if we looked at this room and you ask the guys, how many colors do you see? We'll tell you 4 colors. Tell you red, blue, orange, and green. I was at an event yesterday and the color scheme was monochrome, right? So you'd think all of them are wearing green. But someone said this is royal blue. Man, this is emerald green. This is lime green. So I think women would excel at this because of their attention to detail. Am I lying, guys? Am I lying? Because UI is your right in place where you're looking at colors and scheming and placement of objects. I think you would excel here. Product management. One of the ladies at Photocabada is a project manager, and she does an excellent job. Project management, you're just making sure things are moving. You have a deadline, people are working, you have feedback, it has been, you have tasks that have been assigned. And I'm telling you, Shiba does a very good job at that. We've had guys do the job before, but no one like her, right? Yeah. You could do more. This is just examples, really. I'm not saying stay here. You could, but don't just be a typist. Don't be a secretary. Let's first break out of those circles. Yeah. What has happened to Alan Paul? Okay. There's something else that we should focus on moving forward, and that's technology for social good. Not just building apps to be on your phone. I think I talked about this the other time as well. It's towards impact, right? It's a very big thing in the world of tech, and it's in the following fields. Education. People who are doing things in education are getting there, right? Healthcare. I mean, there's a new healthcare app every day. Yesterday I was trying to get my COVID certificate, and it was extremely easy. I was just putting my national ID, my phone number, printed, right? That's technology for social good in healthcare. There's a group of guys I'm working with. They're building an app to help with preeclampsia. Preeclampsia is when a woman gets high blood pressure in her pregnancy and then, complications. And the guys have stepped in. Oh, she's here. She's at the back. Do you want to wave to us? Yeah, she's on that team. They're doing tech for social good, building an application to help out mothers in pregnancy, right? Yeah, you could think along the lines of healthcare. There's so many things you could do there. Environment. If you want to know how bad the city is, have you seen a picture of any road in Uganda? Do you know our pictures always look brown? And it's a tarmac road, but they look brown. Why? The dust is too much, right? Yes. Have you walked along the road and you see how dirty it is? Have you noticed how in Mbarara at 10 a.m. you'll meet a truck of home clean removing Kasasilo at 10 a.m. There's jam because somebody hasn't moved trash. You could do something there, right? Agriculture. How many of you were here for something called DAS? No one was here. The guys at the back, GNU Grid, etc., they have offices here. They had an application to help out farmers, sort of reach suppliers, reach credit officers, get information, agriculture, financial inclusion. Everybody's building a fintech. Every app now has money in it, right? Safe Border can buy airtime. Not so? But it is Safe Border because they're doing financial inclusion. And here you're looking at, say, communities and people that are not usually included, say young ladies or single mothers or vulnerable mothers. This is something you could do. Yeah. These are some of the fields in which you can, do some work that is going to help you sort of have impact. Because our theme is impact the future. And we can impact the future generations using some of these areas. All right. And now I want to showcase for you some women tech makers or women in tech. Are you ready? Do you know some of them? Are you sure? So on the Google Developer Groups community, the person who was managing, at least for the last 4 years, was managing the Sub-Saharan African GDGs, all the way from Nigeria, Cameroon, whatever, down this side, was a lady. And she's managing thousands of people. I can tell you it's a lot of work. We're in a WhatsApp group and we are hundreds of just organizers, right? And somebody who was in charge of us was a lady. I hope that inspires you to also be a community leader. And in fact, now she's going to take over. She's a Google employee, I think, for now the whole African region. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's one. Some of you know her, right? She was here at last GDG. She built an app called Wapi. I don't know what that they call it, but it's, I think it's sort of connecting developers and something. But she's a tech founder. If you check out, I think GDG Kampala, she's there, right? Yeah, who doesn't know her? By the way, just so you know, this whole event is possible because she put in work, right? How many of you have seen her YouTube channel? Hey, you see, so, she's there. I told you I work with Shiba. Shiba works with Year Solutions. I think they're into techpreneurship and STEMinism, for STEM, but for, STEM advocacy. And now she works with Foro Kabada, and she does an amazing job. She's my boss, but yeah. So guys, I'm not trying to get a pay rise, but my boss has featured because she's a woman tech leader. And now some international tech leaders. Who has heard of IBM? IBM Cloud. What does IBM do? Well, ladies, Bambi, what does IBM do? It's your day. Alan Paul, what does IBM do? Yeah, yes? Like what? IBM, I know some of us know it from when we were young, as building the first computer, right? But IBM is into cloud business. IBM, I think, has the biggest cloud enterprise. Yes? Yes, IBM. IBM Cloud. Oh my God. IBM is into AI. IBM is one of the biggest tech companies in the world. It is led by a woman. Hey, believe me, you. YouTube is led by a woman. The whole of YouTube is led by a lady called Susan. The other name I can't pronounce because, man, if you can pronounce it, man, help me. What is it? You see, it's not just me. Yeah, but these are some ladies who are in charge of things. Hey, there's more. Yeah, so it's a short list, but I'm sure if each of us was asked to make a list of women they know, it would have pretty interesting CEOs. And the leader of TIV in Mbarara, Anthea, is a woman. So right now, our boss, as we speak, is a lady. And that's not by mistake. because she's done an amazing job, right? Yeah. And then the probably last or second last thing I want to speak about is community and support. The biggest thing you can get, the biggest thing which can help you advance your career is find a community. And not just a community of ladies who are going to do makeup and take pictures and sit home, but ladies who are going to be on their laptops and program, right? I want to be in a place where when I get a phone call of a deal I can't do, among the people I want to call is a lady. Right now, I don't know very many, but if I got a phone call and they said, we're looking for a developer in Mbarara to do this, I have names on my head, right? It would be such an amazing thing for the names to include ladies as well, to know that, oh, there's person X, there's Sheila, and there's Tabitha, and there's Caro, and etc., right? To be an amazing thing. And the best place we can have that happen for you is in a community. And some communities that I'm going to highlight, but Alan Paul, what do you think? Okay. The very first one is the Women Tech Makers-Mbarara, which I think is part of this event. Shout out to Women Tech Makers-Mbarara. Yeah, yeah. Women Tech Makers is sponsored also by Google. So you can, Samia is WTM ambassador. Right. Yeah, she's a Women Tech Makers ambassador in Mbarara. Yeah, so that's your go-to person. But this community is full of developers world over. It's not just here, by the way. These communities are world over. If you want, just go on the GDG page and see how many communities that there are. There are thousands of communities, and you can find amazing women. All the people I've talked about, especially in the Shibas, Tabithas, and Samihas, have been in this place because of WTM, right? If you're not in a Tech Makers group, you're missing out. I hope by today we have WhatsApp links. Join the group and keep up to date, right? And I think somebody is going to speak about the things we have for this year. Things like AI, there's going to be a dev fest as usual, right? There's a learning series. I hope that when we're receiving applications, we're seeing more women included in there, right? But guys, apply for things. We don't get support from Google for nothing. Once when they say build with AI, we get 100 applicants and 37 are women, right? Right? It would be nice to have, instead of 5 women, we have 37, and another day we have 90. But start here, WTM. And of course, WTM works closely with GDG Cloud Mbarara, which I'm a part of. I think is also somewhere. Shout out to GDG Mbarara. Yeah. Some of these things, this event is made possible because WTM Mbarara and GDG Cloud Mbarara have thought about the community of Mbarara, right? And how I hope that the next event we have, each of you speaks to at least 3 people and comes with them so that we have not just a full house for now, but also for future. I don't want to be speaking to the same guys over and over again. I'll become a pastor. And this is not a place for that, right? This is a place where we need to learn about tech and build systems. We want to begin having boot camps and hackathons. We want to have a hackathon where we can come and solve problems, right? Because we can make apps. If I sit down with this guy in one day, we can build you an app and a system in one day. Imagine if we had 25 of you, what can we build? We have challenges in this place we can solve, right? Yeah, be part of these things. Innovation Village, which of course, shout out to Innovation Village. Yeah. Because we're in their space right now. We would not have where to meet if it wasn't for TIV. It would be somewhere, maybe in Lakeview, eating pizza and chilling, but TIV. So be a part of Innovation Village. They have a lot of things they're doing. I can't begin to I think somebody from Innovation Village has spoken, right? And you know what they're offering. Creative Campus, TIV, just amazing things. If you're missing out, Bambi, I don't know what to do for you. This is empty because there are some other things, some other places you could join. Are you in a IT class? By show of hands. IT class? Computer science? Similar, right? You guys are already there. So being in an IT computer science class means you're in a good place. Do we have any questions? I hope we do, because if we don't, Alan Paul, ask me. Hey, she has a question.
Okay, mine is not on what you said, but how can I join Creative Campus?
Now, how often do you come to Innovation Village? When there are events. That's why your answer is. So if you really want to work with Creative Campus Innovation Village, don't only come when there's GDG. Don't only appear when there is. I'm not the best person to answer a question about TIV and Creative Campus, but I know if you went to the reception or if Sankara was here, they would tell you they are our partners, but I can't speak more than I can about them. Yeah, and then also, please be available. It sucks when you guys only appear for events. Is that what GD is all about? Is it just about DevFest? I mean, why are we only 59 on WTM and 140 on DevFest? And then when we send a link on the group, nobody clicks on it, by the way. We see. When you're a WhatsApp admin, you have some power. So it means when we send a link and we say, we'd like your feedback, why aren't we getting it? Why do you want to wait for only this day to hear from 25 guys and then go home? So just be active. Go to the group and say, guys, I've been building this thing. I'm stuck here. You guys, by the way, I promise you, the first person who is going to post a piece of code that needs correction, I will take them out for lunch. For you, no. So this is it. The first 5 ladies to ask a question on the group, what is it called? Women Tech on GDG or Women Tech Makers, by posting a screenshot of where they are stuck with evidence. Don't just get from Google. We shall talk about it over lunch. That's one of the things we want, man. We're in a community because we want to help each other, not just come and listen to. I can speak here today and tomorrow, but it doesn't make sense. It makes more sense for me to work with you on your computer. Say, hey, this is it. And Paul, don't post anything. I thank you guys. Thank you.
Okay. Now, on behalf of the GDG community, we lead the community together. I lead it with Edwin and Weasley. But these guys go ahead and share knowledge with you. So on behalf of the community, thank you so much for impacting the future by making steps forward so that you can share your experience and expertise. We really appreciate you, and here is a token of appreciation.
Thank you very much, Edwin. Okay. So I bet you guys also got a lot from his session. And yeah, ladies, let us pull up our stockings. Let's tighten our belts. And yeah, let's start working. Let's actually do more work. It's like that. One day you will also feature as probably maybe a CEO, probably a lead of Innovation Village somewhere, a founder of some app that we shall all be using. I'm really looking forward to that day. Yes. So next I'm going to invite someone who has been empowering individuals, communities, and businesses through community building. This person is a web developer. Person is a technical writer and has made multiple open source contributions. Fanny, wherever you are, the floor is yours. Let's give Fanny a hand clap as she comes. Yeah, many of you had so many questions about technical writing, so I hope you get all your answers here, and yeah.
Hello. like you are hungry again. Hi. How are you? There's no energy. Okay, so my name is Fanny, and today I will be talking about technical writing. I'm a web developer, but the reason I chose technical writing is because not many people maybe have an idea about it. So that's why I chose to talk about it today, and if you feel like it's something that you can try out, well and good. All right, so this is my writing story. In 2019, I created my first website in HTML and CSS, and I hosted it on GitHub pages. So while that website was there, it was just like something, because everyone says you should have a portfolio, right? So it was just my simple portfolio. I didn't have any serious project, but I put it up there. So while I had my GitHub pages, what happened was, you know these website layouts where like at the bottom they say our recent articles. So I had to write 3 blogs. One of the blogs was reasons you should have a website. The other one is few hosting websites, platforms you can host your website. They are just simple, nothing serious. Nothing serious. So it was just something I was doing at the side. And then around October of 2019, my friend introduced me to a platform called Hashnode and Dev2. So she told me, girl, I found out there is a Chrome extension called daily.dev. Has anyone heard of it? No. Okay, there is a Chrome extension called daily.dev. So when you install it on your browser, it will give you news about tech, programming, everything. You choose the topics you're interested in, UI, UX, whatsoever. So every day you open your browser, you're going to see the recent news on that particular topic you subscribe to. So there, I created my account. No article, no nothing. I just created the accounts on Dev2 and Hashnode. So during that time, I was chosen to be a moderator for Facebook Developer Circle, Kampala. That is also one of the tech communities that has been there by Facebook, currently Meta. So during that time, my task was to moderate things which people are posting. My task was it was a volunteer thing. My task was to write some posts for the community, write about upcoming events. So I was writing for, social media around that 2019 to 2020. And then while I was doing that, my friend asked me if I could help her to also write for her social media. Now the tasks became so much that I discovered this platform called Allison. Anyone heard of Allison? Yes, you have. Now, Allison is a free platform where you can learn anything for free. So I realized that while I was working 9 to 5 as a web developer, this was kind of like a side hustle or a side thing I was doing. Not for money, but just doing it. So when I discovered Allison, I realized that I can learn things I don't know. So I enrolled for a course called creative writing. You can just go to allison.com and then look out for writing. And you'll just have like 2 hours to learn basics of writing, how to write for maybe certain types of documents. It's a lot. So I surrendered my time. I took my time and took a few courses from Allison. And then I remembered my friend who has a small business told me, Fanny, I'm going to pay you 15K to write for me a blog post. I was excited, I was so excited. So I wrote the blog post. When I wrote it, she kept on coming back. So every time it was like my motivation now. Write for me a blog of 1,000 words about this. She gives me the topic, and then I would write, just random stuff. So, and I can emphasize that Allison really helped me because it's just free. You can learn for free. As long as you have internet connection, it's online. If you need the certificate, that's when you need to pay for it. But all the courses there are free. So from there, I had to talk to my mentor, and the things my mentor told me to do was share your journey always. Write and tweet. And then he told me one more thing. Now that you're writing, someone is paying you, why don't you invest in a domain instead of using the GitHub pages? So that's when I had purchased my domain, you can see, in 2021, on May in 2021. And then after that, I started writing. I was writing just basically the tools I'm using, the technology stuff, and all that. So after that, my blog was not getting traction. You understand? On my personal blog, there was not much traffic. And then I was inconsistent. I was not like writing every day. I would write maybe like twice in a month to put on my blog. But then he told me, you have a Hashnode profile. Why don't you? Hashnode already has people who are going there every day to read. That's when I published my first article on Hashnode. And when I woke up the next day, I saw that I had 200 people who read that article. I was like, wow, this is interesting. I got motivated to write more. So fast forward, my current role, which is front-end developer for open source projects, that is the exact job title you see, front-end developer for open source projects in Uganda. I was so excited, but this is where things got tough. If you see the job title, it's basically coding, writing, front-end, they give you user interface, you write. But my main task was to document each and everything I was doing. Every line of code I am writing, I was supposed to document it. That's where things became tough for me. I realized that, oh, this writing thing is now getting on my case. 80% of the work was writing blueprints for the project, writing documentation for the project, writing about the APIs you're using, writing user guides for those people who are going to use the product you're creating. So after that, I realized that good technical writing is a key to effective technology. And that is something that most of us, I think, we don't realize. And I remember when I was given that role, I told my employer, I don't think I'll be able to write. He's like, no, you can do it. I already saw a couple of blogs you've written, so why are you saying no? I couldn't refuse. After all, he was paying me per hour. So every hour I spent on writing or doing research, I just log it in. I worked this number of hours. So I was like, let me do it. I go back to Allison again. I start learning things that I didn't know how to write better technical articles. Internet is a great resource. Once you have access to the internet and you have maybe access to a computer, it would be better, or a smartphone, you can learn anything depending on what you want to do. So from that, what do you think is technical writing? From the backstory I've given you. Can anyone try? Just try. Is this something totally new?
Anyone who wants to try, it's okay
Just
not
try.
to be correct.
No answer is wrong. All answers are correct.
Technical writing, from your explanation, I think it is getting to do the documentation of each and every project you're working on, especially in the software development process.
Thank you. Who else would like to try? Yes, your definition is kindly close. So, the thing has frozen. Okay, it works. Okay, it's here. So thank you so much for trying. This is my brief definition of technical writing. It's a form of writing that communicates specific information in a clear, concise, and objective matter. It's basically like writing down something about a topic, a given topic. It could be anything. It could be about this computer or this projector. You can write how to start this projector and then list out the step-by-step guide on that. As long as someone who doesn't know how to use it is able to understand, follow along your instruction, and then get their problem solved. So why are we here talking about technical writing? Why do you think it matters? Please share, because I've compiled a list of reasons why it matters in an Excel sheet. Why do you think it matters? Yes.
I think technical writing matters because for example, if you're doing it for a particular product to help clients know more about the product or how to use it.
Yes, thank you. Who else?
I think it matters because, like in the world of open source, I think you always work with other people. So when you write, let's say, a piece of code, you want to explain that code at least for the people whom you're working with to understand what you did in that code.
Exactly. Yes, thank you. Who else?
I think it also helps in providing a future reference.
Exactly.
In cases where someone who was working on that very project is absent.
Yes, someone else is able to catch up easily. Who else would like to try? Yes.
I think technical writing matters because it gives a guideline on how to use a certain project or a feature.
Yes, exactly. So I don't know if you can go to that link real quick. We see, I drafted the importance to both a developer, if you're a developer here, or you need access. Sorry about that. Anyway, I'll have to grant access. So for developers, it's going to help you learn how to write. You're going to be able to write about everything you do, every tool you use. And for the users, they're able to understand how your project works. It's like a knowledge base. If they want to do something using your project, they're able to refer to the documentation of that project. If it is API, for developers, you're able to use that. Someone else is able to use your APIs if you have a well-documented API. So types of technical documents, who can try? Someone already said user guides. Who else can try? I've already mentioned some already. We have user guides and tutorials. What else? API documentation. What else? We have software development kit documentations for mobile developers. We have release notes. For example, you're releasing a new product or a new version of an app or any product. You can write release notes, and then market requirements documentation. If you're trying to push out a product in the market for the consumers to know what your product does, all that stuff. And then you have user requirements documents. That's also another type of technical document. So now let's go to the thing. How do you really think is the best way to start writing your technical document? The first thing, many people think that I'm not a writer. When I was tasked to write, I didn't think that I'm a good writer anyway. I didn't think that it is something that is something I liked, you know. I considered myself a lazy writer because I was just writing these random blogs and it didn't make sense for me, but someone saw potential, so gave me the opportunity to write more. So the first thing, I think, if you want to try out technical writing, you can start with the things you use every day. Look at the tools you use every day. Every day we are on our phones. What apps are we using? We are using Facebook. We are using, what other phones? Gmail. We are using Instagram. Now, someone out there somewhere is searching for how to create an Instagram account. They don't know. And you've been using Instagram. Why don't you just write it? How to create an Instagram account? Write step by step, take screenshots, put it out there. Someone is failing to create a Gmail account, and you know how to create a Gmail account. Start writing how to create a Gmail account. Just start with the things that you're using right now. Write something about it. Or sometimes you might be using something and then it jams, like it stops working and you don't know why it's not working. And then after sometimes you figure out why it's not working. You get the solution. Write about it. It's going to help someone out there. So, if you're able to explain it to someone, that means you're able to write it. That's why I created, can you explain it to someone? That item you're using, that VS Code you're using to code, that Google Chrome you're using to search, you know? Is it something that you can write about? That is the first way to identify things to write about. It's just the things we use daily. It could be, I remember when I first purchased my washing machine and I was Googling how to use a washing machine. You people, I struggled. How I wish someone wrote down the whole step. And trust me, if you go and Google, I have my article ready of how to use a washing machine. Because I didn't find solutions. I had to figure out things on myself. I had to get the manual and read through it to understand. Just those simple things. So another thing is you understand the basics. As I already mentioned, identify that tool that you use every day, and then understand how it works. Have that basic. For example, she mentioned Instagram. You know how to use Instagram. You know how to post a picture of Instagram. You know that. If you can explain it to someone, then write it down. How to create an Instagram account, then how to post your first picture on Instagram, how to use hashtags on Instagram, small things. So, if you familiarize yourself with the fundamentals, and then the goals of the document that you're going to write, look at the different types of writing that you feel like it's going to be perfect for you. Understand the different types of documents that you're going to write. Like, the simplest, I think, is the how-to guides and tutorials. How to do something, how to do this, how to do this. That's the simplest one you can start with before going into the depth of the other types of writing. So after that, you identify your audience. Who are you writing for? If you're going to write about social media, probably these are people you're writing to, people who would like to start using social media, or there are people who are going to be using, if you choose the example of Instagram, maybe someone is new to Instagram, they want to get all those guides, they want to know how Instagram works, all those things. And Instagram has a lot of features that that even me personally haven't used. So when you go to settings, you look at all those features and then you're like, what is this used for? You can try it out and see how what's used for, and then write about it. So, create a user persona. Someone talked about persona this morning. Understand that person you're writing to. Who am I writing to? Is it someone who is totally new, beginner, or is it already someone who is at a certain level? Because certain type of documents appeal to certain type of people. If you're writing about API, if you're writing about API documentations, that means probably your audience is developers who might like to use your API or whatsoever. So you need to understand the person you're writing to. And then after that, you have to choose the tools that you're going to use. Now, we all have access, at least everyone has a smartphone. Is there anyone without a smartphone? Who? If you're here and you don't have a smartphone, at least minimum. Everyone has, yes. Everyone has a smartphone. So when you have a smartphone, our beloved Google has a lot of tools. Once you have your Gmail account, you have access to Google Drive, you have access to Google Docs, you have access to Google Sheets, you have access to Google What? You have access to Blogger, you have access to a lot of Google products, and most of them start for free. You don't have to pay anything. The only thing you need is just internet. That is it. And secondly, if you have a computer, you have Word, you can start writing using your Word. And then whatever tool is favorable for you, feel free to start with that tool. And then after that, publish your blog. Now, I normally say for people who are writing about other topics, like she mentioned that she does creative writing, right? Creative writing might not fall under technical writing, but you have that tool, Blogger. Blogger is free. You can write anything on Blogger for free, on a free domain. So you can go with the tools that really is going to be easy for you to use and also easy to adapt. If you have no idea how to use any of these tools, that is where now you realize that, okay, I wish someone wrote about how to use these tools. But anyway, most of them have the documentations there. And then learn how to format your documents. Things like headings, things like paragraphs, things like, how are you going to write this document? How are you going to present it? Do you have to add pictures, illustrations in between the documents? Understand it. For example, if you're doing how-to guides, it's important to take screenshots of those steps that you're doing. And to take screenshots, I'll take you back to the tools. We have a tool that every computer has that is called, is it sniping tool for taking screenshots? Make use of that tool and take screenshots in every step of your writing. And then you can also look around for existing documents. If you're going to write something about Instagram, look through the people have written things about Instagram. How are they doing it? What kind of content is performing best for them? And then figure that out and then refine yours to fit in the audience you're talking to. And then you also have to organize your information. I mentioned headings, subheadings, lists, drawing graphs. If it means that you need to explain something in a format where you need to draw or illustrate, learn to use those tools available for you. And then normally, I always say start small. Wherever something you choose, you start small. And he's here, and that's why I'm trying to rush. Am I time bad? Oh, okay. Sorry. So now, once you write your document, reach out to someone to revise your document if you can. When you publish it online, share a link. Say, hey, I wrote my first document. Can you see what's wrong with it? Sometimes there are errors you don't see yourself. Things like grammatical errors, things like punctuations. You may not really see that the first time you try. So it's better to have someone who is able to give you that time to look through what you've written. In my case, I always say I have a mentor who at least gives me 30 minutes every week, and I respect that time because not everyone is going to give you a chance to look through your work, all the things you've done. So once you've reached this point, you now have your style guide. You can create a specific way of writing. Like, okay, my writing is going to start with a title, and then an introduction, then my first subheading, the second heading, my drawings. Once you have that, have your template ready so that the next time you're starting to write now, you know the flow. You have that flow in your brain. And then seek feedback, reach out to people who are writing, to look through your profile, to writing profile. So build a portfolio. Now, as I said that when you write something and you're keeping it on your computer, nobody's going to know that Brenda can write. Nobody's going to know that Isaac is able to write until you share it somewhere. So for free. If you're a dev, make sure that you check out Hashnode or Dev2. Create your profiles there. Because for technical writing, they're not going to ask you for the CV. They're going to ask you, share some of the articles you've written. So you just put the link there. And then make use of online resources. Now, these are some resources I recommend for you. There is that lady called Zaycods from Nigeria. She really writes tips on how to get started with technical writing, the tools. There's that other lady called Righty. And then there is this gentleman on Twitter, this guy who makes thousands of dollars with just technical writing. So this is some of the challenges new people start. You're going to say, how many of you are coders? How many of you have, yes, yes. Now you're going to say that, I write React, but I don't think I'm that good in React. You have that feeling of like, I don't have that enough knowledge for me to start writing. No. Start writing about how to install React on Windows. It's okay. It doesn't matter how many people have already written that. You write. Just get the topic and write. And then another challenge is understanding the audience, understanding who is really going to read your article. If you're writing programming for beginners, you need to make sure that the language you're using is for beginners. If you're writing for intermediates, make sure that the steps you're writing for intermediates. Then understand the writing tone and writing style and tone balance. You people, go look for that website I told you. Learn. Someone has a course there that will teach you on Allison those things of tone, writing tone, paragraphs, comprehension, all those things. And then the tool proficiency, you might feel that I'm not really proficient enough with this tool, as I mentioned. And then collaboration and communication. Sometimes you might need to collaborate with someone and you're fearing to reach out to someone. Don't fear to reach out to people. You people, don't. If you see that someone is doing this thing good, reach out to them, ask them. Yeah, some people might help you, but some might not. But also don't take rejections personal, because it's part of life. If someone rejects you, try to look for someone else, you know. And then revision and editing, keeping up with technology trends, and then time management. I'm winding up, sorry. So you'll be asking, okay, I'm talking about technical writing. Where can you find technical writing roles? I earned my first $100 from Twitter because someone hired me from Twitter to write an article. So I've given you all these sites. You can look out for freelance platforms. Upwork, Freelancer, Fiverr, Guru, there are so many. Twitter. But you're going to be lucky on Twitter when you're sharing something. If you just have an account there, and for me, I was able to get that because I was sharing stuff about web development, technical writing, and I would write on Hashnode and then share the links to Twitter, you know? And that's how someone is going to get you. If you don't share your work, no one is going to notice you. And then you can look out for job boards and company sites. Now, if you identify a company that has a lot of documentations or need a lot of documentations, go to their website, look for careers. If it means sending cold emails, send, if that is your goal. And then we have that website called Content Lab, DigitalOcean, AppSignal, Dev Spotlight, Lambda Test, Adeva, all that. There are so many others. Make sure if you have these slides, look through each of them. And all these, at least you have $200 per article. Depending on how good you are, most of those articles are 1,000 to 2,000 words. So be sure you check them out and get some side gig there. So any questions? Our time is up. Yes.
Thank you very much. My question is, how can I leverage the AI in technical writing? Is there any way how I can use AI to ease my work while doing technical writing?
using AI.
Yeah.
Now, what I can say is, at least for the paid articles I've written, they are going to detect if you use AI. You understand? So you can use AI to help you outline the flow of the lines. You can use AI for some obvious paragraphs, but there are certain things they are going to detect. I have a friend who lost their technical writing gig because of using AI. So that is something you should take serious. If you're using AI, make sure that you use those tools to detect AI so that the person who is going to review your article is not able to detect AI. If they detect 80% of AI used in your article, they are going to flag it as written by AI. So yourself, there are tools that you can use to detect plagiarism and AI. Any other question? Any other question? Who is ready to write their first article? Please, if you write, share with me. I want to see them. Share them with me. Those are my socials. You can find me on LinkedIn or Twitter. And I'll upload all the slides I have here, techtalks.fenian.com, on my website. So you'll find the slide there. Make sure you go through it, look through those resources. And if you have any questions, send me a message there or here. I'll be glad to connect with everyone. Thank you.
A bigger hand clap for Fanny.
Thank you so much, Fanny. You guys, I met Fanny last year. Was it in August? We met for PyCon, right? Yes. Yeah, yet we had like spent close to 8 months working together, remotely working together to bring the first ever Python conference in Uganda. We finally met, and like we had to push her to come here and share her technical knowledge. So thank you so much for coming, Fanny. Here is a token of appreciation.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we are set to leave this place at exactly 5:30. So we have a few 35 minutes, and we have 3 speakers, each who will take a maximum of 10 minutes. Just to summarize, such that you guys get time to also go and finish your weekend or start your weekend, whatever it is, right? Yeah. So with that, I'm going to invite Brian. Brian, you can come. Let me come and help you there.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good afternoon. I see most of you guys are tired, but I'll try to be fast. Maybe to start with, I'm called Mugisa Brian. I'm a software engineer. I've been doing Flutter for the past 3 to 4 years. Okay, I started in 2020, so yeah. And then I built quite a number of apps in Flutter. There are many of them, I can't count, but so far my most used products, if I'm to combine the total user base, it goes up to 10,000 users. And then besides that, I'm also passionate about UX and graphics design. And yeah, I do that a lot, mostly for my products and also for clients. So basically, that's what I'm into. Then I'm also a student like some of you guys. Yeah, you might be looking at me and you think like I might be, I don't know. But I'm a student like you guys. I'm in my final year software engineering at Makerere University. So this is the talk I'll be taking you guys through. It is mainly, I'm just showing you a number of resources that I've gathered over the years as I've been building Flutter apps. This I told you about. And mainly, one thing I wanted to highlight from today's talk, this one here, about the ladies who have inspired me in tech. First of all is my tutor, Angela Yu. When I was learning Flutter way back in 2020, yeah, Angela Yu was my mentor. Like, she taught me Flutter like right from scratch. That program, she did it with Google, that whole course, so that is the one I took. Then my mentor from Meta, she's a product manager at Meta. She's called Michelle Kong. And yeah, she's the one mentoring me currently. Then from my names, of course, I'm Mtoro. Yeah, if we have some Batoro in the building, yeah. Nabaramucha. I don't know if we have some Batoro. Oba nyankore ni mugambashi. Okay, then let me see. This one is my preferred name, Cephas. This is what I use all over social media, in my products, in my branding. So what inspired me to continue with Cephas? I've been using the Cephas name since 2015. Yeah, but what inspired me to keep using it a lot was the mentorship I got from the Grow with Google program. They were teaching us more about personal branding, so I just took on that as my brand name. Yes, these are some of the apps I built so far, and this is the one, this is my most used, called Calcat. It just helps people who are joining university here in Uganda to calculate their cutoff points. And so far it has helped over 6,500 students. Then this other one is an open source project I built for the Flutter community. And so far it has that number of users, 4,900. And then those others. This I already told you, over 10,000 users combined from all these projects. If you want to know more about me, that is my portfolio. Just type in about.cephas.me, or you Google search Mugisa Brian Cephas. Yeah, you'll get all the info. Then, so moving on to today, I want to start with what Flutter is. Mainly Flutter is just an open source toolkit or framework that Google built, and its aim is just to help people build cross-platform apps. Like you write one code in that programming language, and that same code can run as a mobile app, it can run as a website, it can run as a PC app. So that saves you a lot of time when you're developing your project. You don't have to be like a full stack dev, but you just learn Flutter and you can build for all these platforms. Then it is powered by that, and that is also built by Google and supported by Google. So most cases when they are making updates to that language, also Flutter gets updates. Then the resources are, I'll be like right there on my PC showing you various resources. But this is the QR code. You can scan it and you access these resources online. And then I think let me take you through. I don't know whether they are casting from my PC, but let me use this PC. So I put the various resources. Let me just turn to light mode. I don't know whether most of you are seeing that, but yeah, I'll try to zoom in as much as possible. But this is the repo that was on the other QR code. When you scan the QR code, it takes you to all these resources. And well, my PC would do better, but okay, let me try here. So these are links. So I don't know, should I open the links for you as I explain, or I just talk about them? Because time is like out. So when you're starting out with Flutter, there's mostly one common question people ask that, should I first learn that, then I go to Flutter, or should I just start like all at once? So the good thing is that you can start with Flutter, even though you have not learned that, because if you have previously done like Java or Kotlin, or you have done, let's say, PHP, or any object-oriented language, then you are good to go and get started with Flutter without first learning that. So long as you know how to declare variables, these if-else statements, the loops, then you can just start with Flutter. But if you want, you can go to the that site. All these are links. You can check them out. And then you just get an introduction to that and how it works like. Then after that, yes, some of you could be having a lot of questions about Flutter. So the Flutter team gathered all these questions into one collection, like all the questions that have been asked frequently over the years. So I put them under that link there, frequently asked questions, and then you can just go there and check out whether your question could be among those ones. But in case it is not there at the end of this session, of course, we shall have a Q&A. You can ask, then I'll answer. So the next thing after that is these IDEs. I know most of you are developers, and you could be knowing some of these IDEs for coding. Then there's this other interesting part of online IDEs. Maybe you are out there and you want to first try Flutter without first installing it on your machine. So you can try any of these websites, Datpad from Google, then Zap and FlatLab from other developers. So all those are online IDEs. You can run Flutter code without installing it on your machine, or maybe in case your machine can't support like the other IDEs, you can try the online IDEs. Then the next thing, when I'm coding, I use VS Code a lot. So these extensions that I put here are just tailored to VS Code side. But some of them have versions of Android Studio and IntelliJ. But these ones are mainly VS Code. Maybe it starts with these first ones are the normal ones, Dart and Flutter. When you install Flutter on your PC, these ones will be like default. You have to install them. Then this one, Beta Comments, it is just for like beautifying the comments you have in your code. Though here I might not show it very well, but okay, I don't know how to best show this, but opening the link would be better. But when you're writing code and you put some comments, this extension will help you highlight some of them. But let me just open just to show you, because words alone might not be enough to explain some concepts. So these are the comments I'm talking about, these ones here. So you see the way they highlight okay, they change like the colors of various comments. Like when it is a strong, maybe, you know, like you have been coding and you have found an error, you can just use an exclamation mark and your comment will change to that. Then maybe for some other, okay, mainly this is all about beautifying your code. And you know, when you're writing code, you need like to be like more organized when you're coding, so that because code can get overwhelming and you come back to the project after maybe some 2 weeks and everything seems to be new. But when you comment your code with such extensions, it is easy for you to recall that at this point maybe I encountered an error, let me start from there. At this point there was a to-do, let me start from there and fix it. And those other various syntax. Then the next one, is this one, error lanes. When I'm doing Flutter, it is my favorite package. Why I like it is that it automatically shows you the errors as you're coding. You know, previously, okay, before such an extension, you'd have to first run the code, then the error shows up after you have run the code. But with this extension, error lanes, they give you here. At the end of your line of code, they show you that this is the issue with your code, so fix it so that when you run, things are kind of perfect. So it is called error lanes. Then these two, GitHub Copilot and GitHub Copilot Chat. Yes, of course you need some AI when you're coding. No, okay, I know some of you want to do the hard coding bit of it, but adding a little AI can simplify your life. Personally, I've been using GitHub Copilot since, I think since it was out, because I was among the beta testers. Then after we are enrolled into the premium version when it was officially launched, so up to now I still use it. And for most of you, if you're students, there's a free version of GitHub Copilot. Like you can use your student details and get that GitHub Copilot for free. At the end, I'll show you the link. It is also part of these resources where you can find that GitHub Copilot and a number of other free software. Then the next one, Material Icons theme. It is just for beautifying your, okay, it's still all about beauty of your code, but the main essence of beauty in the code is that it helps you to keep like more organized. And when you're more organized in your code, it is easier to understand, and that when you come back after some time, you can still easily recall what you were doing. So this one mainly, it is just to like color the folders. Here I can't display it well, but on my PC I had those things. But it is just also mainly about beautifying your folders so that you know that maybe this is a lib folder, this is a documentation folder, Firebase folder, something like that. Then this one, Flutter snippets. So this extension, when you're building apps with Flutter, some, I can say some statements are long, like those lines of code are long. So this extension provides you with short words you can write. Now like this one, build, then it will add for you build method. Init s, it will add for you the init state method. So they are just mainly shortcuts to help you when you're coding, so that you don't have to cram like the other whole full structure of the whole code and method how it is. You just use this extension and it will provide you with those various shortcuts. This one, Flutter pod snippets, as you can see from that GIF video. So mainly its use is, okay, for state management. For me in my apps I use Riverpod, that's why I highlighted this extension. It is just to help you Also, it is like the other one of Flutter snippets, whereby you write shortcuts and they'll autofill for you this code. But this one is for state management in Flutter. Then this one too, that data class generator. Still, it is also for auto-generating code. And this one just helps you to generate some code for your Flutter classes. Because these classes are similar to those classes you can have in Java. But now if you want to add more functionality to make this class from just a normal class to a data class, then this extension can be good for you. All you just need to do is write your class code. Then when you right click, they will show you a number of options and it will automatically generate for you this code. So the main aim of why I'm telling you about these code generators is so that you don't have to overthink about some things, because some things are the same like for all classes. Assuming you have 5 classes and you want to transform them into data classes. So instead of doing copy and paste, you just get such an extension, you right click and it generates the code. So that saves you coding time and also helps you to build like code that is more reusable and that you avoid errors. Because with copy and paste, you'll copy maybe something from another class, and when you bring it here, it will show you some errors and you have to keep changing. But with such a package, it automatically generates for you things based on your class. Then these others, you'll check them out also. Then I know some of you do things like, what is this site that does WordPress? So this Flutter Flow is like the WordPress of Flutter. So in case you want to build your Flutter apps chap without writing a lot of code, you want drag and drop, yeah, this one can help you. It is called Flutter Flow. You can go to flutterflow.io and you check it out. It also has a student's package for free. So I think I'll just go right to those free resources. Then these others are just quick start guides to help you in your Flutter project. Then these are various blogging sites where you can go and read more about Flutter. But let me go right to the free resources as I leave. Then the YouTube channels, those are the ones. But just want to go to the free resources. Yeah. So these are some of the free resources you can check out. I've attached all the links there to this repo. I don't know whether you guys scanned the QR code, but I'll put it up so that some of you can scan or get the link. But I'll also share the slides with Sumaya so that she can share with you and you get some of these. But that Flutter Flow is the one for the other WordPress thing for Flutter. Then this one is the one that this student developer pack from GitHub is the one that comes with free GitHub Copilot, free Namecheap, because you can get a domain for free here. Then also Google Cloud for students, Amazon Educate. Then this one, Grow with Google, is that program I told you guys about when I was starting. Actually, it is a good program, actually, mostly for personal building, then also building your business, because they have a number of resources there for training you. Then, let me see. Yeah. Maybe some of you want Flutter courses. I put also the link there. On the official Flutter website, there is that list of all courses that you can take. Then I also have some free course I took. The other one I told you about from Google. So those who are interested, you can reach out to me. I give you my credentials and you get the course for free. I think that's all. Let me go back to the slides a bit and I think the next part is questions, yeah. If you have any questions in Flutter or whatever I've been talking about, yeah, you can ask a question or two and we are done.
Any questions? Any questions? Have we all understood very much, or we have not understood anything at all? Yeah? So I'll take it that, okay, there is one question here.
For the sites you said you can sign in as a student, do you, after you've done your work there, can you actually get your work from there, but it just stays?
Oh, the other one for Flutterflow? Yeah, you can get the work from there because Flutterflow is like WordPress. I don't know if you have used WordPress before, but when you design your app there on Flutterflow, you can either download your source code or deploy it from there, right from Flutterflow, without having to download it.
Yeah. Well, our big hand clap for Brian. Brian, thank you very much. And yeah. Lazy developers like some of us who love drag and drop, yeah. You know, there is something for us, yeah. Well, Sumaya is going to present a token to you, and if you need a link for the resources that he has just shared, you can scan this QR code as, yeah. Sumaya, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for talking to us, for sharing the gospel about Flutter. I hope we will all like take on Flutter now, right? Because Flutter is definitely an easy tool to use while developing applications. So thank you so much. Here is a token of appreciation.
Yeah, a big hand clap for Brian. Thank you.
Maybe one last thing. I came with some business cards. Maybe in case you can't scan this, I can give you the card. It also has the same QR code and also the contacts. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So our time is fast spent, but we have just 2 speakers, so I implore that you bear and just, yeah, we shall be here for like a few 20 more minutes. So let me just invite Francis. Francis, come and share with us. A hand clap as Francis comes on stage.
Hi everyone. Time is not on our side, so I'll start right away. My name is Francis Sakol, software engineer, and I'm GDG lead for Ginger, the chapter in Ginger. I'm happy to be here with you, and I'll be talking about Angular. How many of you have heard about Angular before? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. How many of you use Netflix? Netflix, the app for movies, and the web. How many of you have used PayPal? Everyone? Okay.
Francis, did you share to the mic?
Yeah.
Let's come and have a look at the hands. What time did you share it?
Same time as guys were sharing.
Guys, you'll just give us 1 minute as we get the slides ready here.
So, sorry about that. So I was asking if you knew Netflix and then PayPal. So the reason I was asking you that is that now these websites were built by, they used Angular, the framework, to build them. So if you'd like to also venture into coming up with a website like those two and many others, Forbes. So for Netflix, just part of the UI was built by Angular, and then the rest of the parts were built with other frameworks. But okay, so today I'll be telling you about Angular in a very short time left. So you could be asking yourself, what is Angular? So this one is, it is an open source project. I mean, an open source framework. So meaning it is free to use and anyone can modify it if they want to. So it's an open source framework based on the JavaScript framework. You can modify it. It's free to use. It's developed and maintained by Google, the company. It's one of their products. And then it is used to build what we call the single-page applications. So if you really are going to build single-page applications, you're good to go with Angular. Then it also offers structured approach for complex web applications. I just gave you an example of some of the websites built by Angular. So that is like an overview of what Angular is. But before you jump into Angular, there are some things you actually must know or must have. And the basics, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. If you don't have that knowledge, don't start. Eh? Yeah, that's the fact. So at least you've written HTML, you've written CSS, some JavaScript, jump onto Angular. And then other things that you can also put in, the JavaScript classes, TypeScript fundamentals, and then the TypeScript decorators. So those are like the things that you're going to be meeting as far as Angular is concerned. Why should you use Angular? Of course, there are quite many things you could use. Okay? Someone just spoke about Flutter here. But why would you choose Angular and not Flutter? I'm not saying you should not use Flutter, okay? So one of them is scalability. You can scale your app. So building large applications for enterprise-grade functionalities. I'll still use those examples I gave you. The likes of Netflix. So these are big companies. Everyone's using Netflix. So if you like to have something big like that and scale it up, you'll have to use a framework like Angular. Maintainability. Because of the single-page applications, it makes it easier to maintain Angular code. So the code is actually organized like we shall see the structure of an Angular code. The performance. So because of the single page applications, when you're loading an Angular application, it loads all the code at once. So if you're navigating through the website, it doesn't need to reload the whole website or the whole code. So that's why its performance is good. And then we have a large community. We have a large community and so many resources existing. Angular produces a new version every 6 months. After 6 months, we have a new version of Angular. So currently, we are on version 17. After 6 months, it was launched on November. In November. So count 6 months, we shall be having another version of Angular. So that's a large community. So how do you get started with Angular? Given the fact that you already have the other prerequisites that I mentioned earlier, you need to install what we call the Angular CLI. That's the command line. And how do you do that? Of course, this is possible when you're working from the command line. So you need to have an editor, an IDE that you're working with, either VS Code, any of your choice. So if you have that, this is how you start, by installing the command line for Angular. So the npm install, npm stands for what? The Node Package Manager. So you install it. So it has to be on your computer, actually. So as you're running npm and it's not there, definitely it will not work. So the G is standing for global. And then at Angular CLI, that's now the core of the Angular platform. And then after doing that, you create a new project. So I'm assuming you're now starting to create the Netflix. This is how you start. You know the HTML, you know the CSS, you know the JavaScript, you have everything. One morning you say, I am starting. That is how you start. Okay? So, the new project, ng new, that's the code you will use, and then the name of the project. Okay? And then after that, you will navigate into that directory of the project you've created. And after that, you ng-serve. Now, ng-serve starts the deployment server, and you're able to preview changes of your Angular application. So let's look at the building blocks. I'm sorry I'm a bit fast, but just because of the time. The building blocks of an Angular application. So one of them are components. So components are the heart of an Angular application, because these are blocks that you will be reusing for the UI. Templates, these ones define the structure. So the components have templates inside of them. So the templates are HTML-like syntax. So every component has templates. We have a template for HTML, template for CSS, where you write your CSS, template for testing, and then a template for writing the logic, now where the JavaScript lies. And then services. So these services encapsulate, to use a simpler word, is like they help to contain the shared logic and data access. For instance, your application must have, for instance, logins. Maybe you're consuming an API somewhere. So you'll create what you call services. And the services will help you contain the shared logic. So for instance, your application is sharing an API somewhere you're consuming, or the authentication. Then the modules will help you organize both the components, the services, and put them together into units that you can easily maintain and manage. Now, that link right there, angular.io, is very important. It has all the resources. I spoke about HTML, CSS, JavaScript for those who don't have the knowledge yet. It's right there on that link, and other resources that can be helpful as you're building your Angular application. We're supposed to do this, but because of time, I know we shall not. So Angular isn't magic, but it empowers you to build dynamic web applications. Like a what? Like a what? So just get started with Angular. That link I shared with you has the resources. Sorry for being very fast. Questions?
Thank you. I want to ask you a question, just very simple. How do you rate React Native with Angular?
How do I rate React Native and Angular? Okay, to best answer that question, I think it's about somebody, because really sometimes it comes back to what you will get used to. For instance, for me, I got introduced to Angular. I have never written any React. So I find it so hard too. But of course, does not mean that when I'm given a project in React, I can't write it. So for me, when I'm advising you, I'll definitely tell you Angular, not so. When you find some guy writing React, what will they tell you? React is the thing. So it's now up to you to sit down, look at the two of them, and you're like, wow, I think this one will work for me. Have I tried to answer your question? Just to kill off the bias, because some of the things have bias in them. I won't lie. Someone will want to advise you according to what they are using. Yeah. So maybe for React, what I know about React is that if you're writing React, it's like one code base. Now Angular has structures. So HTML code is separate. You write your CSS separately, and you write your logic separately. You test separately, which is not the case with. So if that works for you, it can help you make decisions. Okay?
Any other question? Any other question? Sumaya, wherever you are, I need you here. Well, do you have anything that you want to add?
Okay.
In a short while.
I am a community guy, and I love speaking about community. I have been been leading community for 7 years now, the Ginger community. So I also lead a community like this one way back in Ginger, and every time I meet people of such communities, I keep encouraging them to take on these things, because I am what I am currently because of community. Yes. If I hadn't joined any community, I wouldn't be here right now. So when you attend these events, I know the events are not enough for you to capture everything, but take at least something. If it's Flutter, go with it. If it's Angular, go with it. Where we normally brand error is you want to take everything. So you go step by step. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you very much, Francis. I'm going to invite Sumaya. Well, the last thing he hinted on, if you were here in the last event that we hosted, we talked about the black hole of programming languages, and you do not want to get caught in a black hole of programming languages where you have this, you have that, you have that, you have that. Then you end up getting confused by yourself, and So it's good to find something that you love, something that will work for you, and you stick to it. But it does not mean you stick to it because the world is, Well, all I can say is have basics in what you can, such that when a project comes up, you can at least you have a starting point. Smile.
Right. Thank you so much, Francis. Francis is also a lead for the Google Developer Groups community in Ginger, and he's really doing amazing stuff there. He'll be hosting his own IWD the coming Saturday. So if you think you can be around, then please show up at the Innovation Village in Ginger. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Francis. And yeah, I think it's that time where I'm going to invite the last person, the last speaker of the day, who will come and share with us. And this is none other than a person most of you have been seeing around. He's one of the members in the Google Developer Students Club at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Osen Muntu. I would love you to use the shortest time possible. Yes, and yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying put and to the last minute. Today's talk, I'm going to talk about retrieve augmented. I'm going to talk about augmented, retrieve augmented generation, how we can combine, how we can combine external data with large language models. Basically, I'll be using Gemini and a framework called LangChain. Basically, though I'm still on the journey, I do machine learning projects, but I've developed much more interest in doing generative AI applications, like how can we use generative AI to build applications that can actually affect us. Before all that, I like this quote where the CEO of Google DeepMind, the developer of Gemini, said AI has the potential to be one of the most important and beneficial technologies ever invented. So whatever you're doing, as long as you're in touch, don't ignore AI, because AI is the next big thing that is coming. So the intention of the talk is basically I will tell you what RAG is, or retrieve augmented generation, and why now, the types of RAG, the components that make up a RAG system, and use cases. There will be a demo if in 2 minutes that will be enough for me. Someone dropped me there. So what is RAG? So basically, it is a framework that helps you to combine your external data to a large language model. Here, I mean, we have been having large language models, but they are trained, as in they are trained on specific data. So here is the case where you have your data, and it was not included in the training data set that was used to train a large language model. When I talk of large language models, I'm meaning ChatGPT, I'm using Gemini. I think almost everyone here has used that. So because I don't know if you have ever used ChatGPT and it has given you wrong information, what you never expected. Or like today we have this event, Gemini or ChatGPT doesn't know about it, but you'd like to do something with what was happening here today with ChatGPT as maybe text generator. So you're limited because it is not trained on this specific data, or it is going to provide false information, what we call AI hallucination. I fell for this when I did it was a take-home exam. We are supposed to develop a research proposal, and of course I do prompt engineering. I do prompt engineering a lot, so I did write my good prompts. I developed some good proposal, but the problem is the references I was given, they were not there. Like, they were just created. So I compiled everything, I submitted. So when results came, I was like, what happened? I had done my proposal very well, but that's what had happened. So that's what forced me, by the way, to do all this research in a RAG kind. So basically, this is the architecture. I don't know, I will explain it more because of the time in the coming slides. So we have two types of RAG. We have sequence model and token model. Here in sequence model, let's say you have just one document and you just want to pick up a specific part of it and put it, and use only that. That is a sequence model. And there is this when, let's say, you're researching and you have to visit very many documents to get different things from different documents. So that's where you use a model called token model. So this is so helpful in that what those companies that produce large language models, let's say ChatGPT or Gemini, they produce API, and it's very hard to develop applications with just those mere APIs they produce. So this is a framework, it's open source. It helps you to develop applications being powered by large language models. So you use their API and you use this framework to develop applications that are context aware, where you provide context to your application, or it does more reasoning, as in your prompt engineering, which you could not do in that space they give you to interact with maybe Gemini application or ChatGPT 3.5. So this is Gemini. It replaced BARD. I think some had started using BARD, right? So this is the replacement. It's the most capable AI from Google. And of course, it supports very many things. It supports both pictures and text. Right now, Gemini application, you can put there the application, you can put there the pic, and you say maybe explain this, and it will explain it or a text. But when you use API, you can do much more with audio and video when you use maybe Gemini Ultra. So companies now, the companies that make up a RAG system, we have document loaders and transformers. We have text embedding models, vector stores, retrievers, and generators. I'm going to explain each component here. So let's say you have your document, maybe a PDF file or a spreadsheet or a code or anything that you want to do. You use document loaders to load that stuff into Gemini framework. So after you've put it there, you have to, of course it is always big. Let's say you have uploaded a PDF that has 20 pages. You have to divide it into chunks. So that's where we have document transformers, which split large documents into smaller or more manageable chunks so that they can get the context from those small chunks. We also, for it to work better, we don't use the words like the way how they are. We convert them into what we call vectors, meaning some series of numbers. And just to capture the semantic meaning from those numbers, let's say you have given it a query, it's going to see and check the similarity. So we use different models that do that. We have Google Generative AI Embedding Model, which I'll be using today. We have OpenAI from those ChatGPT producers. We have those ones from sentence transformers, from Hugging Face, those ones who are into a field of large language models. You have heard about Hugging Face. These help you to retrieve your information from those documents easily or efficiently. So this is how basically it is done. So let's say example, it is like I saw a cat. So they are transformed into those maybe series of numbers, and they are stored in what we call hash data structures. And data structure, I think you have heard of that. So that's how basically it is. Every word that you put there, it is converted into numbers, and those numbers, we are calling them vector representation. And then we have to find a way how to store those vector representation and how to search them. So we use that one, like the way how we can use MySQL or Postgre databases. So here we have databases that store those vectors, and we call them vector stores. Examples of those, we have PG Vector, we have Alteras from MongoDB, we have Chrome, we have PyCon, we have files from Facebook. Some are online, some you work them just on your machine. So basically, this is it. You load your document, it is transformed, it is stored into a vector store where the searching is going to happen when you provide it with a query to do maybe the most similar word document. And then after you have stored that information, we have to find a way of retrieving it, like getting it, like the way how you write a query to your database. We use here retrievers to get the similar documents from that vector store. Then we have generators. This is where the magic happens, in that they get that document that they have gotten from a vector store. They combine it with any large language model, maybe Gemini, maybe ChatGPT, maybe Cloudy, anything, so that they can provide you with something that you can read. So here, the only use case of large language model, maybe Gemini, is just create something, a script that you can read and understand very well, other than just the context that was gotten from a vector store. So why is this important, or where can I use all that information? We can use that one in customer care chatbots, in that we no longer need maybe someone 24/7 to receive your calls or anything. I'll give an example of maybe Fresco supermarket. There are very many things, and even if you call someone, right now they have to check their database to tell you maybe this is the price of something. So with that system, you can create a customer care chatbot, and you cooperate it maybe with WhatsApp chatbot, in that you can ask what is the price of this to the chatbot, and it immediately tells you this is the price of it, instead of maybe you going to the same supermarket and searching for that thing that you wanted to know the price. So, and also medical assistants. This is a very critical space, in that they are stopping, or they don't encourage medical personnel to use ChatGPT or Gemini to do medical stuff. So here, what you can do is you can create a RAG system, and you combine it with what we call a medical index, in that at least they use the information from medical index, not basing on the data they used to train maybe Gemini or ChatGPT. There you're very sure that information that will be retrieved is the exact information that you wanted, not that maybe a ChatGPT is hallucinating or doing something different. We have maybe question answering system, recommendation system. I've taken use of this one to do my final year project, where I'm using it for my recommendation engine for pest and disease treatment and prevention measures. So at least I've witnessed the fruits of this system already. And maybe those ones who want to do academic research, there is a site called C-Site, and basically that's the system they use for you to be able to visit very many documents, and they give you the relevant information about each and every document or analyze it. Yeah, I think that's it. But I don't know, I was requesting maybe like for 5 minutes and I show you this stuff I was talking about practically, because I'm considering what we are doing today, maybe the speakers, the organizers and everything. Just 5 minutes. I don't know, is that one visible? Shit, where do I remove the dark mode? That's where I'm trying to look for where I can remove it. My Corab has stayed in dark mode, so I don't know how I can do this. I don't know what I can do. Forgotten the settings, how I can change my collab into a light mode. But can it be viewed? So I think I can maybe just pass through it the way how it is, because it's going to take time. So here basically I'm just installing the packages that are required for this small demo or project, call it whatever it is. Basically, to use, I'm using Gemini or I'm using Google Generative AI. So to use that one, you have to get an API from Google Maker Suite. You go there and create an API. So here I'm putting it, you see where there is a sign of a key, that side. So that's where my secrets are kept. So you call them the way how they are this side. You can tap there. Yeah, so that's my API key. So when you go there, you can, after you've created your API from Maker Suite, you can come and put it there. Of course, I'm recommended not to share mine. So you put it there. So these are the document loaders. Here just, I created a document where it is just basically talking about what was happening today. The speakers, the organizers, maybe the partners of today. Hello. So run for me that. Oh, shit. So that is just, it was a runtime. So when you cross the stuff, it goes. So I've loaded the document just by using a link. So here, basically, they are showing the content. It is having 1,164 pages, and it can print some of the document. So that is basically a part of the document. So here the document transformers I was talking about, this one, they are going to divide that document into different chunks, like different chunks, so they can be manageable. So that document, it was just one page. It has been divided into 5 times. And one of that stuff, it has 997 characters in it. So here I'm using a vector database called Chroma. That's how basically you do it. So now it has created the vector representation using that Google generative AI embeddings model, and now it has stored those vector representation into Chroma. So now here is a retriever, like a script that can retrieve some of the documents from the vector database. So here I'm just asking a simple question like, what is IWD? What is IWD 2024? So those are the documents they corrected from a vector database that are related into IWD 2024. So now when I ask, so I'm using the one that is publicly available, Gemini Pro, the one that you can go and access on Gemini. That's the model I'm using as my generator. So here I'm writing a prompt. This is so important. You tell that Gemini so that if the context that has been retrieved from a vector database doesn't have information, don't create yours. So basically that's what the statement is saying. Don't create your own, maybe horsenet about what has been asked. It just focuses or uses only the context that has been retrieved from a vector database. So now I'm going to ask or to invoke the Gemini and also the vector database to tell me who are the speakers of today. So basically, you can see there is Fancy, there is Sharon, there is, Edwin, Weasley, everyone that talked today, you can get it here. But when you go directly, you have your phones. Right now, you can say who are the speakers of IWD 2024. I'm very sure they won't bring you those. So here, anything you have, spreadsheets, anything, you can use basically this to use your data and ask anything, a large language model like Gemini to give you responses in a very readable way. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for summarizing that. Do we have any questions? Any questions? No one has a question. Well, let's give Muntu another hand clap for sharing with us. Well, at least it was the last session, though I know you guys were tired, and yeah, at least he did something that was practical, and something that was practical. You saw stuff happen. You like saw things in real time. If you want to follow up, you can reach out to him. And we have a question. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Paul and Osen. My question is, we saw that what we are taking as databases in this are the vectors. So words are mapped into certain numerals that match, like such that the model can understand what you're meaning. What happens when you have synonyms? Like I use the word clever, and the other one says intelligent, and then in the questioning, it means what is in the database, but doesn't exactly match it. How do you deal with that?
So, this is the same question. So, sometimes maybe I will use someone called about clever, right? It's a name, okay? So there is the way from several documents that have been used to train large language models, they can identify when you're meaning a person and when you're meaning when you're meaning clever as clever the way how it is, maybe someone who is smart, I don't know. So there is something, I never wanted to go into large language models. There is something called attention. So each word or each token that is produced, at least it has to be related with another token that has been developed. So in that context, it has the context of what has been done previously. So it knows maybe here you're meaning a person, or here you're meaning clever as something different. So that's how it happens. So.
Okay, thank you so much, Muntu. Muntu was a volunteer for Makers-Mbarara last year, and trust me, he's made me proud to see that he's actually a speaker now in just a couple of months. Thank you so much for sharing your machine learning knowledge with the community. We hope you become a very good machine learning engineer. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm really glad you've been patient enough to spend the whole day here and actually come close to the end of today's event. And I hope you have a lot of take-homes from today. And I hope each one of us is in the community. How many of us are in the GDG community group? How about women tech makers? Okay, so if you're not in the community, try as much as you can, before you leave, to let me know so that I can add you.
Before we close, guys, we had someone who came all the way from Fort Porter to just come and attend this event. Mm-hmm. We are really appreciative. And Sumaya, this one, he's not going without anything. You're going to give him
Who's
something.
that?
Yes, that gentleman over there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. When we came, we introduced ourselves, but I think we can give him an opportunity to introduce himself, right? Yeah, let him introduce himself. And we are really very appreciative that you came all this distance just to come and attend this event with us.
Okay, thanks so much. My name is Tumusingize Rogers from Fort Portal, Mbaramukizi.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. Once again, I really appreciate everyone. I hope you take on Edwin's challenge. How many of us still remember what he said? The first 5 ladies to share a challenge they're facing in whatever program they're working on. You will have lunch with him as you solve the challenge that you're facing.
Is it okay to identify as a woman?
No. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've come close. We have come to the end of today's event. Thank you so much. Your pictures will be shared on the group, and feel free to keep on posting and tagging WTM Mbarara, GDG Cloud Mbarara. Yeah, thank you so much. Till next time.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you guys here. Thank you very much for enduring and staying with us to the last bit of it. We were meant to end at 4, but it's already a few 7 minutes past 6. Thank you very much for attending. With that, let us rise up for a closing prayer. Let's rise up. Father God, the omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent, we bless your name for the gift of life. We thank you, Father, for today has been a success, Lord. As we leave this place, God, there are those who have traveled far to come for this event. We pray that, God, may your journey mercies be with them, see them through to their destinations. Bless everyone, and Father, I know that we learned a lot today, and we shall manifest the knowledge that we have learned in the mighty name of Jesus. Everybody says,
Amen.
have a good day and have a nice weekend. Yes, see you.
You too.